Welcome, everyone, to a brand new podcast in my mind and in my heart. Today, we are starting over. I used to call my podcast The Nasty Truth, but it will no longer be called that. From now on, it will be called The Joe Naz Podcast. And there's a lot of reasons why, but essentially, I've almost gone through what I would guess you would consider a midlife crisis at the age of 34, and I've pressed the hard reset button on a lot of different aspects of my life. I just got back from a long journey across the world and circumnavigated the globe. And today I'm going to be starting my podcast the way that I always envisioned I would be starting my podcast, which was having conversations with my best friends, talking about life, talking about the things that are important to us. And the thing that's been pertinent in my life in the last year or so has been a lot of trauma and a lot of depression and just figuring out who I am as an individual. So today we have on the podcast James Alvarez, who is
Hello.
Hello. One of my oldest friends. I happened to meet this beautiful son of a gun on a cruise many years ago. It was actually a cruise sponsored by Playboy, and it was a good time, if you can imagine.
It was a family cruise,
It was a family cruise. It was a Disney cruise is really what it was. And as you can imagine, we had a good time. And we've been friends since, and now James is a project manager for one of the top general contractors in the entire state of California, probably in the country, and I'm super proud of him, and he's come a long way on that journey.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And thanks for having me. And the Joe Naz podcast has a ring to it.
Yeah, it does have a little ring to it. And we also have here one of my best friends, Frank Chambers. Frank and I have become a lot closer in the last couple years, and I truly value his insights. He's a gentleman and a scholar and someone who you can always depend on. And I think one of the most important qualities whenever choosing a friend is loyalty, and Frank is loyal to a T. So thank you for being here today. I'm excited to hear about your journey too.
Thanks for having me, man, and thanks for the kind words.
Yeah, of course. So getting back to the part about pressing the hard reset button on my life. In the past, when it came to social media, I was in front of all of your faces all the time, posting about all kinds of different things, and it was much more about quantity versus quality. I mean, I'll be the first to admit now that I've cheated. I paid for followers in different ways. I definitely used growth by robots or bots on different social media stuff, and I've done all the ways that you shouldn't be doing things to try to get popularity when it comes to the way that you're viewed in the eyes of the public. And what I can say is, I don't feel shame in any way about it. What I feel is that I was trying to prove things to others, and coming from where I am now as a human being, I'm not trying to prove things to anyone. And what I will say is what I will be putting out from this point forward will be quality over quantity every single time. I'm going to be posting things that I hope help others, that resonate with other human beings. And if it doesn't resonate with you, then I hope one day I do post something that does. But whatever I post will be from my heart and will be from a place of trying to assist others come through a difficult journey in the way that I've come through my difficult journey in the last year.
Tell me a little about these bots. It's pretty funny. So do you have to pay for, when you pay for these bots, do they send a certain amount, or they guarantee you that you have a certain amount of followings or likes, or how does that work?
So there were 3 different companies that I used. There was one company called Jumper Media back in the day, and I'm not trying to talk bad about these companies. They also do good things, but Jumper Media was one where they used a bot, basically followed and unfollowed people. So as you follow and unfollow people, you gain some followers, right? Because some people are like, oh, you followed me, I'll follow you back. And so that would be a bot. You can target different people. So you can target, for example, if you're a DJ and you play dubstep, you're going to follow all of Skrillex's DJs, or you're going to follow all of Diesel's, and then they follow them, and then they unfollow them. And by doing that, you'll gain some of their followers. Then Instagram got smart, and what they did from there is they started doing growth by hand, because you could only then follow a certain amount of people every day before you triggered Instagram's rules, and then you got violated, and then you'd get in trouble. So then they did growth by hand, where they only follow a couple hundred people and then unfollow a couple hundred people. It's the same idea, but basically that's how you gain some followers. And then another company that I used was a company called Truzy. Do not use them. They are garbage. That is my advice. I had a friend who told me about them and another friend tell me about them, and I saw that they had hundreds and thousands of likes on their stuff. They're like, oh, it's all legit, it's all legit. So you pay a couple $100 per month, and then you suddenly get thousands of likes and follows on your stuff. And then I started looking at all the accounts that were liking and following, and essentially I think it's a bunch of fake, I don't know what country, I think Indian, Sri Lankan, or whatever it is, thousands of fake accounts
Oh
that
my
just
gosh.
like and follow your stuff. And so, yeah, I started growing, accelerated, and that was not good. And then I also did some paid promotions where you essentially pay someone who has like 6 million followers. They create a fake account where they say, hey, if you go and follow all the people on this fake account, usually anywhere from like 5 to 25 people, and you pay a certain amount of money, and you follow them, you will then enter into a running to win like 5 to 10 grand. And they do give 5 to 10 grand away. So it's like legit, but none of those people engage with your things. They're not actually interested in your social media. So you just basically are fluffing yourself up for the sake of fluffing yourself up.
Jeez, I didn't know there was like so many levels to that. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
dude,
that's
there's a lot.
incredible.
There's a lot, yeah. And so I basically realized recently, I'm like, why do I even have all these followers? It doesn't really matter. It looks cool to who? You know, really the most important people that you should look cool to are the people that matter, which is your
Yeah.
friends and family and people that are important. And they don't care how many followers you have. They care about what you say and what you do. And so I was reading, when I was in India on my journey, I was reading Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. And Marcus Aurelius is one of the most magnificent minds that have probably graced this planet. And Marcus Aurelius, for those of you who don't know, he was one of the emperors of the Roman Empire. And he basically wrote journals to himself. And he was talking about how fame was something that like he struggled with, but essentially that, you know, being famous is something that you would consider an indifferent. There are certain things that are important, like living by your values, living in accordance with nature, being honest, being a good person. But an indifferent is something that you should not strive for. And so one of the indifferents is being famous. And that's because typically the people that are making you famous are not, you know, and I don't want to say anything negative, but it's usually the masses, okay? And the masses are not people that are focused on a specific thing, are trying to be motivated by morals, are trying to be motivated by ethics. They're just, you know, fly by the seat of your pants, whatever is famous at that moment. And so he says, why would you want to strive to be loved and to be worshipped in the eyes of the people that don't worship and love things that matter? And so when I read that, it like opened my brain, and he's like, he's absolutely right. And he also said, if you become famous by living in accordance with nature, living by your virtues and by doing good things, great. But don't let that be the reason why you want to be famous, is just for the fame and the glory. And so it really opened my eyes. So I downloaded like an app. I've erased all my followers. My TikTok, I deleted it. I'm going to be starting over with that. I'm pressing the hard reset button on everything when it comes to what my public image is and what I'm going to be putting out. And I'm really excited about it. I'm nervous about it. This podcast is very nerve-wracking for me. I'm going to be sharing aspects of my life that I would consider very personal, and I don't think many people want to share these types of things with the public, but what I will say is I want to share because I have been supported in so many beautiful ways through the last year, through men's groups, friends, love, and support. And if sharing my story will help anybody out there, I really want to do that. And particularly pertinent today is, so we tried recording this already once, James.
Yes, we did.
And, you know, I didn't understand. Basically, the sound got glitched, which has never happened on any podcast recording we've ever done. And I was very pissed and I was very angry. And, you know, obviously it was of no fault of anyone, just literally the system glitched. And I was very heartbroken for a while, and I didn't understand why that happened. And sometimes, you know, you ask God, like, why did this happen, or what's going on, and what's the reason? Because I poured my heart and soul out on the last one. But yesterday I got news that one of my best friends killed himself. And, you know, the last time I did this, it was good, but I think yesterday was just a really big reminder of how important and how much I don't think people take, like, mental health seriously, and how much people don't know that others are struggling. And, you know, I spent the last 2 weeks every day on the phone with him, talking to him, trying to convince him not to do it. And, you know, I think, like, I'll run a billion scenarios in my mind for the rest of my life saying I should have done more, should have done something. He was a good friend of mine, and he lives in a different country, and I should have gone to see him. You know, there's nothing. I mean, like, these are all just the things that are going on in my head.
Oh
and
my gosh.
like, if you have friends that are out there struggling, you reach out, call them, be there for them, tell them you love them. Like, I just feel blessed at the end of it all. Like, I told him every day I loved him. I told him how much I cared about him. I told him how much I was there for him, tried to support him any way I could. And at the same time, it was like such like a kick in my balls, because it's like I think I'm an intelligent person, and I thought I could help him. And me and a couple of my best friends, we were there being in a support group. And not only that, but like, he was in a place where he was being watched and protected, and he still did this.
Oh my gosh.
And it's just like a reminder of how fragile life is. And, you know, like, after going on this journey, you know, I lost another friend when I was on this journey too, my neighbor, who was like Santa Claus. He was the sweetest man on the planet. And when I was younger, I lost a couple friends that had been stabbed to death. And I think that part of the reasons that I've just had, and I've lived the way that I've lived my life, is like, and being a personal injury attorney, right? Like, I just see death and I see paralysis, and you just really never know when your last moment is. And you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. And, you know, as I get older, I'm not going to say, you know, as I know, as I get older, cliches and all the cliches that your parents tell you, your friends tell you, and everybody says to you, they're all true. They ring more and more true as you get older. You know, live life to the fullest, enjoy every moment, you know, smell the roses. Like, all these things have such deep meanings. And as I've gotten older and I've experienced more and more pain and seen more and more loss, they ring more and more in my heart. And I say to anyone who's listening, please understand that life is short. You can die at any moment. And I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm saying this to motivate you to live more. You know, not everybody lives, but everybody will die. And it's just a matter of time before you do die. And remember, too, that a great part of life is supporting and lifting others up that are going through tough times. And if you know somebody that's going through a difficult time, be there for them, love them, and give them the support that they need, because you can potentially save their life. I'm just so sad because I wasn't able to do that. But, you know, at the same time, like, I know he's at peace, and I hope that he's up in heaven if there is an afterlife. And I'm not sure if there is one, right? There's no guarantees for that, but I just wanted to spend more time with him, and I should have done that.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, you did what you could, and I think, you know, you were a great friend. You know, it's funny, you know, you talk about as you get older, as we get older, you know, you start thinking about stuff like that more. You know, like I've thought of, you know, like, oh, when am I going to die? Like, this is weird. Am I halfway through my life? Because, you know, I'm 36, 37 years old, and yeah, you're not going to live on forever. So, and it's just like cherishing those small moments with people, just reaching out, talking with people, and, you know, connecting. It goes a long way. Yeah, I feel you on that, man. And, you know, sorry for your loss. And my deepest condolences. You know, it's terrible, especially when you see it firsthand, and, you know, you're trying everything you can do, but it's not enough, you know.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things I've dealt with a lot of between my family and friends and stuff, like the suicide thing. Just one of those things that really hit home for me. It's like, you know, like you want to reach out, you want to try to do more for them. And like, even with personally, like my dad, he went through the suicide attempts a couple times. And like when you're in those spaces, like it's very hard you feel like you need to do more, you're trying to fix them, you're trying to save them. But at the end of the day, the only thing you can do for those people is what you said, is show up and be there for them. But at the end of the day, if they're really like, you know, like you said, your friend was in a hospital being watched, like at the end of the day, if they're really, you know, committed to do something, they're going to do it whether you're there or not. And like, thank God you were there for him to be there, you know, the shining light on his shoulder, if you will, and like hold space for him. Because you being vulnerable, showing up for him is probably what he was missing for a long time. So at least like you're able to hold true to that aspect.
Yeah. No, dude, you're so right. And like, I guess like the thing about mental health and the thing about like depression is you don't see it. And for me, like too, I mean, you guys have been my best friends for years, and I don't think you guys understood like the severity of like what I was going through and like how unhappy I was a lot of the time. And I started going on this journey like, I mean, there were a couple years before it that just like led to my journey, right? For me, it was, I had this like crazy balance of during the week I was unhappy, I was not really good with life, and then on the weekend I would party and I would go out and get drunk and party with the friends. And so like I had this balance, what I thought was balance in my life, these extreme dynamics of like working really hard and then like having these extreme releases on the weekends. But no one really knew that during the week I wasn't a happy person. And the person that like had to carry me through that, and God bless her soul, was my ex, and she was there on the daily basis, and she just saw that I at my core I was not really a happy person. And there was nothing that she did, there was nothing that I did, but I just didn't know how to be happy with myself. And so I kept masking it with going out, with work, and this like intense balance where I just wasn't feeling good as a human being. And I don't know, like, what do you guys like usually do for your escapes? Are you guys usually just like stuck in like cycles, or like do you find ways to like release that energy?
Personally, like, I think it's also kind of like, like you said, like no one saw it, and or like you're kind of hiding it to a degree. I think, it's a culture thing, especially for the men. You're always supposed to put on the game face, if you will. You're supposed to go out and like you're never supposed to show the weakness. So this past year or so being the more vulnerable aspect, I think actually just expressing that to my partner, telling her like, hey, today I've been struggling with X, Y, Z, so I don't necessarily do anything different, but just the fact of me like expressing the place that I'm in has helped me tremendously, so I don't have to go out on the weekend, get drunk, hang out with the friends, and like need those outlets because I'm constantly venting a little bit, but not in a way that's where it's negative to the relationship, but just more or less like, hey, this is the spot I'm in. I'm sorry if I can't show up for you at this point today, but this is where I'm at. So like doing that has been kind of a positive release for me.
Yeah. It's interesting. I wanted to ask you, James, because my ex was a nurse, and I know that a lot of times I would have like tough days, but I would almost like feel bad venting to her because she's coming home from being a nurse. And if anybody knows actually the things that nurses suffer on a daily basis, they're dealing with the real shit, the real trauma, death, disease, all the really heavy stuff. And I know when she would come home from work, she might have not been emotionally available because of the level of exhaustion after working like a 12, 14-hour shift to help and support me there. Is that something that you ever felt that you struggled with, or that you didn't maybe have the support that you needed sometimes when you did need the help?
When my wife is working, it's her day because it's a long day. Nurses work 12 hours a day, and you're right, they go through things, they see things that you couldn't even imagine. And she works in NICU, so that's even like worse because it's babies that have issues that they're trying to save. And so most of the time, when she comes home, like I let her vent on me. It's a give and take in our relationship. So most of the time when she is working, I try not to release any of my stress onto her because I know she's had a long day. But it's the same thing like Frank was saying, is most people, they put on a mask, and they don't talk about it. And I feel, especially with like men are we are good at hiding our feelings. We don't like talking about our feelings. And it's just, that's the way we grew up. That's what we were taught. And just having someone there to vent, I mean, for anything, it's almost like a relief on your shoulders. You're just like, oh, okay. And then it's not so bad anymore. Other people, what I used to do is when I was single, I used to just go to the gym and work out. And that was like my release. And if I was going through a bad day, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to throw some weights around and I'll feel better after, know. So I think, there you have to find that balance in your life. And if you don't, you need to go talk to someone about it, because it can start having, an impact on your health or other aspects of your life. And, it might over into other things, and it's not healthy at all.
Yeah. No, I agree with you guys too. Yeah, and I mean, getting back to like what you were saying, right? Like, I believe too that we live in a culture where like men are taught, right, be docile, don't have emotion, don't express yourself, don't yell. Even, it's like an example in sports is like they don't want them celebrating after they score a touchdown, right? It's like, or don't be emotional after someone fouls you. It's like, what do you mean?
I hate that, man. I just like, if
Yeah.
I score on someone,
Yeah.
or if I make an incredible shot, dude, I'm in your face letting you know, like, yo, what's up?
Yeah, like that's like what do you mean? Like you want these people to be the most like energetic, be gladiators and fight to the death essentially in these battles, but then when they want to celebrate, don't celebrate, or when
Yeah.
they get hurt, don't have an emotional reaction. Like I mean, like, and that's an extreme example, but like even in our own lives, right? Like I know for me, for example, like in my life, like just simple things like yelling or screaming, right? Like I've always been taught, don't yell, don't scream, don't express yourself, just hold that in and just shove it down deep where nobody can see it and where nobody can feel that.
Yeah, I have some advice. Go to a metal show and just release. I haven't been to a metal show in a while, and I went with one of our buddies, and dude, it was awesome. Like, I mean, even if you don't like the music, you can just yell and scream, and it's almost like it's almost primal. And after I felt great, the next day I felt great at work. I'm like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just bottle up, and you're like a ticking time bomb. Like, you're gonna explode on someone. Like, don't, please, just talk it out.
Yeah.
So, and there's also so much too to like go back to like the physical thing that James was talking about. It's one of those things like you can go to the weight room. Like when I was younger, it used to really work for me, going to the gym, blowing off the steam and all that stuff. But as I get more older and whatnot, even going to the gym and stuff, it's kind of like a temporary fix, if you will. I feel good for a couple hours afterwards. But if I don't actively talk about it or release that, it's the same thing. We're just burying it a little bit deeper. Yeah, we got rid of the emotion side of it, but the thought or whatever got us to that point, we're just burying it deeper inside of us. So it's like the talking aspect and being vulnerable for men, I think, is the hardest thing to do. So I think showing the vulnerability and or just little yelling sometimes, it makes night and day difference.
Yeah.
Combination of both too, right? All
Yeah.
those things.
Yeah, talk to your friends. Don't hide it. Like Joe was saying, he was hiding it from all of us, right?
Yeah.
And it's hard because if you don't see that person all the time, and you only see them when you're partying and having a good time, everything seems like it's great and fantastic, right? Because you're in that setting, like, oh, let's go out, let's have a great time. Oh, you're having a great time. Yeah, we are. And you can't tell.
Yeah.
So
No, you're absolutely right. You don't even check in with people. You're just only seeing them in the party scenario, so you're just thinking that they're only happy all the time.
exactly.
Yeah, but you have no idea what's actually going on deep down in their soul.
Yeah, you need to do the friendship check.
Yeah, I mean, it's very real, right? It's like, how many people do you actually check in on a regular basis? And I mean, I know for me too, like I probably check in with more people than most. And I know like as my friends get older and as people, get deeper into their relationships, or people are getting married, people are having kids, I know like checking in with like those people specifically becomes more difficult, even if I'm trying to check in with a friend or them even getting back to me because they're so busy with their obligations or what's going on with their lives. I mean, for you just had a kid, right? So like how often are you having time for yourself to even like check in with people or to like spend time with them?
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough, and because I want to spend time with my family too, but it's with work, and I work during the week, and then the weekends are the only times I have off. So what we try to do is we try to spend time with our friends that have kids or that don't mind being around a kid. Just to kind of get that FaceTime and just seeing people,
Yeah.
or I just take the day off from my family and come and hang out with Joe.
Yeah. Where you can hear all kinds of weird stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is definitely tougher, but that's why they invented cell phones and FaceTime. And, there's the excuses can get written out of the book, and here you go. Hey, why don't you call me? Yeah. Well, it's going to be a late night call because I got kids, and they don't go to bed till like 7, right? So I mean, there are ways to do it. I mean, it is a lot tougher with my schedule. But yeah, and I do make time. I do reach out to people that I haven't talked to for a while. Even if it's just a text message,
Yeah.
I'll send a text out or send someone a funny video. It's like, hey, how you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, keep it in check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Yeah, so getting back to the story of how I ended up getting on my long journey.
Because you want to be famous, right?
And I want to be infamous, way better.
Yeah, but don't you think, like, even with the fame, like, I don't know how some people do it. Like, if you're just too famous, don't you think that would be a little annoying? Like, if a lot of people know you and they're just like bugging you while you're with your family or while you're doing things, I hear that a lot for like celebrities. Like, you're having a nice lunch outside and people are like, "Can I take a picture with you?"
Yeah, I guess I couldn't comment because I've never reached that level of fame, so I don't know what that kind of difficulty would be.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know if I ever saw myself being that famous, right? I think to be someone who is famous, you have to do things that are extremely extraordinary, and I don't know if I've done things that are to the level of extraordinary yet, and so maybe the level of fame that I wanted, actually I know the level of fame that I wanted was simply to boost my ego. I want to look cool. And that came from, just wanting to look cool my whole life because I always felt like I was a loser when I was a kid. I never felt like I was part of the cool kids. I know definitely in high school I sat at the loser table. When you just you're sitting at the loser table and you know it. I definitely sat at the loser table in high school, and I think it just comes from all my childhood trauma and all my childhood insecurities, like I wasn't allowed to have friends. That was like part of the way that my mom raised me. I wasn't allowed to go out much, and I basically had to just focus on school. And so I think it just came from me keeping those emotional attachments as I got older, seeking validation through others because I never could find it through myself. And so being famous allows you to be validated through a like or a love or a comment on social media. And so I really wanted to be famous because I didn't know how to love myself. And now being on the other side of things, I'm still working up to unconditional love for myself, but I do love myself. And I wanted to be famous because I fucking hated myself.
Yeah.
I hated everything about who I was. I hated the way I did things, the way I thought, the way I acted.
Yeah.
And I wanted other people to tell me I'm look good, I'm talking good,
You look
I'm
good,
acting
dude.
good. Yeah, thanks.
That's the crazy thing is, like, I've known Joe for what 10, 11 years now. Like, I would have never thought that you weren't the cool kid.
Yeah. In my head, I was the loser, man.
You're a legend in your own mind, huh?
Dude, I mean, I was a legend in my own mind, but the thing about like partying, right, is like when you're partying and you're drunk, like you don't think you're not the cool kid, that's liquid courage. And when you're out there with your friends and you're doing all that stuff, the last thing you're thinking about is how uncool you are. You're just out there trying to be cool.
Yeah.
And those scenarios, more people than not are going to tell you you're cool, right? Because they want to like keep you in that setting and you want to keep partying with each other. And so, nobody knew this was a dialogue going on in my mind except for Beth, who would hear this during the week. Because no matter how well my business was doing, no matter what was going on in my life, no matter how much fun we had, no matter how many trips we went on, no matter how many cool things we did, I was never happy. We'd get back home and I'd be miserable and I'd always want more. And, it like comes back to like, just being unsatisfied with everything in my life and not being grateful. And, there's so many deep levels. And as we talk about today, like all of the different processes that I've had, learning about myself and seeing just like each layer of like childhood actions and trauma that I went through and how that translated into character traits as I turned into an adult. And, like before, like I guess let's talk about trauma for a second. I don't have like a scientific definition of trauma. And what I can say is before I went on this journey, I didn't even know what trauma was. I didn't even know that I had suffered trauma. Let's be clear about that. Yeah. And I'm going to use that word a lot because in my opinion, right, the traumas, they don't range in difficulty. Let's be clear about that. There's no somebody had more trauma or less trauma than another. When you're a kid, from the research that I've done, the most severe trauma, what you'd consider severe, to what you'd consider maybe the least trauma. So like an example, it might be, let's say, an overbearing parent, somebody would consider less than maybe a child that's been raped or molested, right? Those are different traumas, but they're each equally as difficult and valid to that child because they don't know better, right? And so when I talk about trauma, it can range anywhere from those types of scenarios where maybe a mom or dad yelled at you, or maybe your parents were drunk, maybe your family member tried to commit suicide. Like, there's a wide range of them, but each person's relationship is subjective to their trauma. And so I want to be clear that I am not saying anyone's trauma is more or less. When I have conversation about this, I'm going to speak about my story, and I cannot speak for anyone else. And for anyone that has gone through, I mean, in my opinion, after everything I've read, I believe everybody has suffered some sort of trauma. Okay.
Yeah.
And whatever that is, it had an effect on who you became as an adult. And so that's what I'm going to be discussing today. And I don't know, do you guys have any thoughts on that?
No, I think you hit it right on the nail. You can't. Everyone goes through and processes, trauma differently. So there's no scale that you can just put it on and say, hey, mine was worse or better or whatnot. But it's kind of, and I think too, it's like how it affects you. Like you're talking about, now that you're older, you're seeing some of these traits like come out. I think it's very important for people to realize that, so they can, work on it, So, but yeah.
Yeah. Any thoughts, Frank? No?
No, I mean, just once again to harp on the trauma thing, it's everyone has their own reality. If you're looking outside in, sometimes you can see things at that person in the moment when they're experiencing the trauma. There's a lot of times, especially like the smaller ones, once again, there's no but if you want to say a minor one, something may not be felt today, but it's the ripple effect. This one change on that day could affect you 10, 15, or 20 years later and come out in your adulthood that you had no idea in the moment. So it's just that perspective in the moment is what's so important about the traumas.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I would encourage you to use I statements, just like at Sacred Sons.
Yep.
Yeah. And the reason I said that, for anyone who's listening, is just, everyone, I did it too. Is in my opinion not a good saying, because no one can know what's going on in your mind. Everything in life is a subjective experience. So I know this is how I feel, because you might feel something, and assuming that somebody else feels a different way is never the correct answer. And this is something too, just being a lawyer. Sometimes people call me and they're like, hey, this happened, and then I have two witnesses, and then two witnesses said something completely different happened. Even though there's only one thing that happened, everybody has their version of what happened. And everybody's looking through the lenses of their own brain and their own mind, and whatever you see is whatever you see. Whatever I see is whatever I see. So a good rule of life is to never speak for others and never to assume that anyone knows, because you don't know.
Right.
Yeah, and so that's why I bring that up. Okay, so let's get back kind of the story a bit about where I was as a human being. So we've kind of hit on a little bit of like the tiny things, and mostly I was going through life. Being a personal injury attorney is not the most emotionally pleasant job on the planet. People call me every single day. No one's calling me to say, hey, how you doing? You doing good? Everyone's calling me, hey, I'm hurt. I can't afford medical bills. I'm paralyzed. My mom died. I'm injured. Can you help me? This person screwed me over. This person robbed me. This person took things from me. So I just got to a point where I was not doing a good job of disseminating that energy, and I was just taking that all into myself every single day. And I just got to a point of I was just not a happy person. And the only time I was happy is on the weekends, when I would escape, where we would go have fun, we'd go dance, we'd go out, have some drinks and relax. And those were really the only times that I was happy. And I dreaded the week. I would try to sleep in as much as I could, wake up as late as I could, because the only time that people were not bothering me was when I was asleep. And so sleep was like an escape for me. And, but I know I was trying to escape my everyday life. And my job is a great job now that I have it under balance. But for a long time, it was eating away at my soul, and I was not feeling good about who I was as a person, and I was pretty depressed for a long time. And I was burning the candle on both ends because I wasn't taking time for myself to like sit and process things. I was going from work, crazy days, and then I was going straight to partying on the weekends, and there was no in between time to even sit and process stuff. And I remembered it was October of last year, so exactly a year from now. I'd gone down to San Diego. I was there for a brain injury conference, and I was going to the brain injury conference all day long, and I was learning the dopest shit, like all about all kinds of amazing like brain injuries, how to help people and how to do good for them. And then, during the day, like I would be going to networking events, and then at nighttime I was going out with friends because I thought that was like the normal thing to do. You keep working and then you go out with friends, and that's how I get my balance. And
So Joe, why were you going to a brain conference?
a brain injury conference?
Injury conference, yeah.
So I could learn how to better advocate for my clients when it came to personal injury matters. So a lot of my clients suffer brain injuries.
Okay.
And so you can suffer a brain injury from an accident. Anything above 17 miles per hour can cause a brain injury. A lot of people think that you have to hit your head to suffer a brain injury.
Mm-hmm.
When I do this and I shake my head, my brain is sitting there in a gelatinous material, and it slides in my skull. When I do that, it hits the front and the back of my skull. You can suffer a brain injury just from shaking your head. Children suffer brain injuries from difficult parents when they hold their children, they shake them. I don't know if you've ever heard of this,
Yeah.
but they literally cause brain injuries to their children just by shaking them like this. A brain injury can range anything from headaches, it can be emotional, people can be more depressed, it can be a balance issue, it can be a sight issue, right? Depending on what part of your brain you damage, it can be any problem within your body. It can be an organ issue, and it literally just correlates to what part of your brain that you hit. And so as we get deeper and deeper, for the first time in our lives, there are now objective tests, objective meaning that you can't say someone is lying, right? Subject means it's their personal experience. There are now objective, which means this is just what it is, tests to test for brain injuries. And so we are realizing that many of the clients and many of the people that have been through car accidents for many years were never diagnosed properly for a brain injury. And a lot of these injuries are non-repairable. Like your brain, if you shear axioms in your brain, which are like neurons in specific ways, they cannot be repaired. And these issues also become worse as you get older. And you have a much higher chance of suffering from things like Alzheimer, dementia, all kinds of brain problems. And so as we're learning that brain injuries are more and more prevalent in our clients and just in general, in like the general public, especially like football players, pretty much, I don't think anybody could argue that all football players have suffered a brain injury, especially in the professional league, because they're just hitting each other and they have this false sense of protection with this helmet, but it's actually not really protecting anything because the brain is still hitting the skull every single time they tackle someone.
Yeah, I feel like it's more dangerous because they go for a harder hit.
Much harder hit.
Yeah, they're like, oh, you have a helmet on, let me hit you harder. I
Yeah.
mean, that's how it was in high school. It's just like, oh, go out and hit as hard as you can, lead with your head.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm surprised there's not more concussions like from that, or brain injuries from that. So you went to this brain injury conference, and is this like a panel of doctors just teaching you about the brain? And
so it's actually multiple classes for multiple days, and every class is on a different topic. Some classes have neurologists teach you, some are some of the top attorneys teaching you, some are defense attorneys teaching you, and you can choose which classes you want to go to. And then there's the big lecture halls, there's the little lecture halls, and you learn a myriad of different topics, from how to run your practice better for traumatic brain injury cases to actual learning the science about traumatic brain injuries. And I apologize once again. I know I'm not a doctor. I'm not trying to make any legal or medical conclusions. I'm just trying to express the things that I've learned. And if I'm wrong about specific things, please do not hold me accountable to it. But I'm just trying to express what I know. And I know, too, Frank played football for a long time. Frank, do you feel that you've suffered any type of like brain issues from playing football for so long?
I mean, personally, I've been diagnosed with 3 documented concussions. 3 is actually a pretty significant amount. 3 to 5, they said you should kind of reconsider things, and or after you have X amount, because a concussion is just a bruising of the brain. It creates scar tissue and inflammation in whatever area that was damaged at the given time. As of right now, I don't think I feel any of the effects, but it's one of those things, like you said, as you get older and you really don't know, and that's the scary thing about the athletic world, or even the car accidents, like with a brain injury, unless you immediately get the MRI and go in there and look at the area that was affected and or like get it done immediately, sometimes the bruising can heal and you'll never know that you had one. So that's why in the athletic world it's kind of scary, if you will, because you could get a very minor concussion, and a lot of times you'll have a slight headache after the game or something, or the next day you a little sensitive light. That's the biggest thing that I ever remember.
Yeah.
Sensitivity to light. But as far as like getting diagnosed with it, a lot of people don't want to go to the doctors or get the scary truth that, hey, you had a major concussion.
Oh my gosh. So did you was it like you got knocked out concussion, or it was just like you got hit and then you felt dizzy after, or?
One of the worst ones, I was 17 years old. I was a junior in high school. I remember the play like immediately afterwards. I don't remember anything. There's like a 5-minute window where everything just blacked out completely. It was called an ear hole, if you will. It's a 300-pound offensive lineman, helmet dead center of my ear hole on my side. And I just remember the right side of my body, my entire right arm felt like there was just fire going all the way to my fingertips. The crowd got silent. I mean, this was 20,000 people watching, and the crowd just got silent. And you just can't think of anything else at the moment. And it's just like this ultimate kind of like void, if you will, is what I kind of remember. Like nothing else mattered. I could feel the rush, the fingertips burning, but everything else disappeared. You walked over to the sideline kind of dazed and confused. And then for the next 5 minutes, it just completely blacked out.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think I've had a couple of concussions, but can't confirm it, but I'm pretty sure I did. I mean, I've 2 times I've totally just like blacked out, just from we were playing rugby, and there was a guy on our team, we called him Big Head, and he's left-handed, so he hits with his left shoulder, and I'm right-handed. I hit with my right shoulder, and we went and hit the same guy. So our heads were on the same side of the guy's body, and we just went boom, and they kept playing, and I just remember waking up and everybody's down the field, and I'm like, what just happened? Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. So
it's actually tough.
Maybe that's why I can't remember anything anymore.
Short-term memory loss.
Yeah.
No, you're just getting old, dude.
Yeah.
But no, it's funny you say that, because I remember talking to a doctor the other day about this, where he was talking about like some of his patients are rugby players and some are football players, but the rugby players have significantly less brain injuries because they don't use their heads like that, right? They're much wiser.
You protect
about
it.
When they're going to tackle someone, they're not just going head first, literally into another person's body, which is insane.
Yeah, and that happens a lot. Like you see, even still in the NFL, you can see when they lead, and that's why it's like a penalty now if you lead with your head, because you cause more damage to yourself. And I don't know why you would even do that, because you're putting yourself at risk, at the same time.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And and it's actually like 2 different completely forms. Like the best way to ever like get into football is actually to start with rugby, because they actually have the proper tackling form. There's a difference in like a rugby player versus like an NFL athlete. NFL athlete is like weaponized. He has the shoulder pads, he has face masks, you got helmets. So the impact and damage that someone can do with that gear is way worse than in rugby, if you will.
Yeah.
But rugby has a proper tackling form because they don't have all that protection. So they actually, when they tackle somebody, it's still a hard hit and you get bruised, but it's not getting hit with a reinforced metal plate, if you will, on the helmet. And localizing. And that's the other thing about the helmets and stuff, is that's why it's such an issue, is when you have, the mass hitting somebody, if it's a large object, it's dispersed everywhere, but the crown of the helmet focuses all the energy into, I think, like maybe a quarter size hit point. So when that hits your head, helmet to helmet contact, it's literally transferring all that energy of a 300-pound person running 10, 15 miles per hour into one focal point.
Yeah.
And that's how those major, and the helmets have, all the technology is way better now. They have blast shields, and you actually can track the percussion that comes off of the hits and stuff, and it goes over the head. And there's a lot of technology now, but there's still only so much you can do when 3,000 pounds of force is being exerted into a quarter size area.
Yeah.
When are they going to start putting like Google lenses inside the helmets? That would be so cool.
Yeah.
Right. So you can see the,
Yeah,
see the
that'd
full
be
action.
so sick.
Point of view.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. Cool.
So, anyways, Joe, back to you. You're down in San Diego having you went to this conference, this brain injury conference.
Yeah, so I'm at this conference in San Diego, and I just remember, like, so it was one of our friends' birthdays. Frank was there, and I was there that weekend, and I was just so tired. I just remembered, like, you know what, I'm still gonna go to this birthday party, and I'm gonna go have a good time out there, and but I know that I was exhausted, and I didn't even really want to be there. I had no energy left for anyone. I just spent the last couple days like at networking events. I was doing the TBI Med Legal thing, and then I was going out every night with friends, and then it just got to be this birthday party, and a lot of friends had come down, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to go check it out. And essentially, I remember going out that night and just sitting there in the nightclub, and I was pretty drunk, and I remember just like it was just loud ass music that I hated. It was like,
was it techno?
It was techno, and for anybody out there who likes techno, God bless you. It's not for me, but for me, it's techno. There's a no in the name.
Yeah.
Techno. So stop listening to it. But we're in this club, and we had gone out that night. So like, let me show you a couple photos. Like, so this was like me at a networking event like the week before. So like, you can imagine how much like energy these things take, right? Like, you're going there, you're being hyper social, you're talking to everybody, having a good time. Went out to a dinner literally the night before, which was like a networking thing also. And I'm going out with some friends, and this is from a conference that starts at like 9 a.m. and going till nighttime, and then bam to this, complete drastic dynamic of like wearing a suit to being ridiculous. I think this was a bohemian birthday theme.
It's like night and day.
Yeah, night and day, and we're all just looking completely ridiculous in our outfits, having a good time, and then this is like the whole group, and we all went out that night, and I think there was like 25, maybe 30 of us when we actually went out that night to the club, and it's all good and it's all fun, but like, when you do things from a place of burnt out, and as my dad says, don't burn the candle on both ends, I had burnt my candle from both ends. And I was at a point where I was living my life pouring from not just an empty cup, but I was using the reserves. And I think, many people in life, there's some people who just naturally have 100% energy. There's people who have naturally 150% energy. And I'm somebody that I feel has always had 150% energy. And so this is why I perhaps can just go to so many things and not feel so drained and feel so empty. But at this point, I was feeling pretty drained. I was feeling pretty empty. I was very depressed. I wasn't really expressing that to anyone. I was just kind of holding that in. And I just remember being out that night, and we're in the club, and of course, out with all my friends, my credit card is the only credit card that works that can afford to pay for the bottle service for everyone.
That's true.
Yeah. And so I'm dealing with like the stress of like 40 people waiting for me to like get this bottle service situation figured out. And everyone's like staring at me, and I'm just like, I already was exhausted. I did not want to be there. Everyone's like yelling at me every 2 seconds. The music is horrible. I like can't hear a goddamn thing. There's no air conditioning. I'm like sweating, and I'm just like sitting there. And I remember just sitting there looking at Frank. I'm like, why am I here? What are we doing here right now? Like, what is going on? And then like, basically, finally they come, they charge my card, and like I remember just like leaving the table that I just paid for to go sit away from all my friends so I could have 10 minutes of respite away from anyone I knew, where no one was asking me anything, needed anything, or wanted to talk to me about anything. Thank God Frank found me. We sat, we joked, we laughed, And we had a good time that night eventually, but that night just kind of like opened my eyes to a lot of different things. And we went out and we had a good time, and then we got back to our hotel room. And for a while, I'd been thinking about going on this trip. Something in my soul had been yelling at me for years. You need to go to Rome. You need to go to Italy. You need to just go. You need to just go somewhere by yourself. And we were talking about it. And at that time, I was in a relationship with Beth. And me and Beth had talked about it for a while, and she even suggested that we needed to break up, and potentially I needed to go on this journey on my own, and not because we didn't care for each other, just because I needed to go spend some time with myself. And I remember talking to Frank and his girlfriend, and they both were giving me advice, and they were like, maybe you don't need to break up, maybe you can stay together. But like the biggest thing like that night that really was the reason that I finally decided to go on the trip was, you don't mind if I use your girlfriend's name, do you? Okay, so Lauren looks at me, and I remember her just looking at me in the eye and sitting there and just telling me something, and she's like, Joe, I just feel like you're not even having fun at any of these things with us anymore. You're going out of obligation, and you're just showing up because you're a good friend. And it really hit me deep in my soul, because she hit it on the nose. Because for the longest time, you know, in life when you feel like you're walking towards things and you're making decisions and you're going because you want to go to them, and then you know when in life you feel like you're being dragged by this invisible string just everywhere out of obligation because you feel bad if you don't go. I use the I don't know if you guys have ever felt like that. That's how I felt.
Yeah, 100% been there.
Yeah. And I just got to this point where I realized I've been doing the same thing over and over again for years and for most of my adult life, and I think I needed a change. And at that point, I called John, which is one of our friends, and John had been going to this group called Sacred Sons for a while, and I didn't go for a while because I thought it was very woo-woo. I don't know, I have a better word for it. Just I thought it was very hippie, very woo-woo. I didn't know what they did. Term. When you look at the videos, it looks ridiculous, and you're like, what is this?
That's a cult. I don't want to go there.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. My mom, whenever I go to the events now, she's like, you're going to that cult? Why are you going to those cult events? I do not like this shit. Why are you attending those? So yeah, it almost looks like a cult in a sense. And so I remember I had plans to go with all of us. We were going to go to a rave again on Halloween, and I canceled it, and I decided I was going to go to the Sacred Sons event that night. And so I thank you for kind of you guys giving me that nudge. And I guess now that you're here, right, I can ask you what were your thoughts, or what did you see about me when you were there, just experiencing me throughout that evening?
I mean, the biggest thing was, we've talked about it in the past, is, when you're being dragged there, or if you're doing something you don't really want to do. I've personally been in that situation so many times, and I could just see that night you're kind of just on an empty person, if you will. Like you said, you're burning from both ends, and you didn't feel that, We were sitting on the top. We just got this nice table, all this stuff. All of our friends are downstairs. You or I were sitting up on the rooftop and whatnot, and just literally trying to get away from everything. It's 100 degrees, and the techno is blasting. So it's we got to escape. We literally went to the rooftop, took one of the bottles, and just sat down up there and created our own little space. Best time ever.
Yeah.
But then afterwards, we get back to the hotel. Everything, with all the friends, winds down. There's less distractions, and we could just see. I could see on your face that you just weren't fully there, and there's just something in your eyes where it's something was wrong, So that's when we, were talking to you and going through everything, but you could just see you weren't there, you weren't present, and you were just empty that night.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's how I felt. And that's how I felt for a long time. I was doing things just for the sake of doing them, not because I actually wanted to do them or that I enjoyed being there. And it was also a disservice to all my friends. I remember listening to a Jay Shetty video recently where he was talking about how a lot of people want his time and his attention. And he realized very quickly that some people, he learned that it's better to show up for people and to be fully present for them, even if it meant being fully present for 1 minute versus being there for an hour, not present and not being there as a human being. And a friend of mine by the name of Nathan Kohlerman, he gave me this gift of language recently, which is what does it mean to be present? And to be present, and I resonate with what he told me, is that when you're sitting with another person or other people, that they are the most important people in the world. And because that is the greatest gift you can give to others, is your time. And I was floating through life almost half-assing everything, and I was there, but I was not being fully present because I was just empty and I was depressed and I didn't feel good about myself. And that's almost an insult looking back at it to my friends and family. And actually, I can't say obviously. I don't think many of you felt it a lot of the time, but I knew that's where I was coming from, and that wasn't fair to them. And I think that since I've come back, I know I've been making it a point to even say no to people and to make sure that when I do show up, I am there for them, because it's not fair to come and be a ghost of a human being or the shell of a human being. Everybody would rather have the fullest, greatest expression of you every single time, or at least that's how I feel, and that's what I want to do moving forward for the rest of my life.
I don't want to hang out with you unless it's Turbo.
Turbo's been laid to rest sometimes. Yeah, I mean, Turbo, if anybody wants to know where Turbo came from, it was my rave nickname for a long time. I'm just going to embarrass myself for a second because I talk a billion miles per hour. You guys have all experienced this listening to my podcast. And it happened at a rave at Coachella in 2010. And that was the first time one of my friends called me Turbo. So if you come up to me and call me Turbo, I'll accept it. I won't like it, but I'll accept it. And so I basically decided to go to the Sacred Sons event instead of going and partying on Halloween like I do every single year forever and ever and ever. And I remember heading out there and not knowing anything about Sacred Sons or what they do, right? You see these videos, seems very emotional. People are crying, people are yelling, and you're not sure what to expect. Or I was not sure what to expect. And I get there, and it was very different than anything I have ever experienced before. I'm going to explain, so what is Sacred Sons? My definition for what Sacred Sons is, it is a men's group where they hold space for men to come and support each other and to process trauma real time. And the processing of trauma can look completely different in many different ways. And a lot of what I'm going to say is things that I will recommend you need to experience in person. And I will do the best I can to use words to explain certain scenarios. But these experiences are much more of a feeling and an emotion and an expression of what is going on in someone's soul. And so Sacred Sons provides a safe place where people can be their true, authentic selves, talk about anything, and express what they've suffered throughout their life. And then they have certain techniques, which I believe are like deep psychological techniques that help them process the trauma real time and rewrite the script in their mind so that they can create new neural pathways to allow their body and their mind to understand they've moved past that trauma. Do you think that was a pretty decent explanation?
Yeah, I think that's pretty spot on.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. So Sacred Sons, the first one I ever went to was this event called Convergence. They have these big events once a year called Convergence, which the last one that I went to was 333 men. I just went to the most recent one, which was a couple weeks ago. And another reason probably why we needed to have this podcast now, because now I've gone a full year, full circle from it. And that one was 444 men. And not only that, but the one that I went to had youth. They had kids at it. And I've never been to one with kids before. And that was a very, very emotional experience. And we'll get to that when I get to that one, because that's the very last one. These events are where men can go and they break us up into groups. And when they break you up into groups, we do different types of activities and we do different stuff throughout the week. These activities can range from meditations. They can range from, as we discussed before, I think, as James pointed out, a lot of people don't yell, so go to a metal show. You can get all your yelling in there. But simple things like yelling exercises or singing exercises, because some men are told not to sing, right, because they don't have a good voice or they shouldn't express themselves in that way. Or there might be things such as boxing or things such as wrestling. Like the exercises range throughout the week, and depending also on who your group leader is, they could do different types of activities and they could do different types of things that might resonate with you. And each leader is very different, and they all bring a different type of medicine. And I'm going to use the word medicine. And when I say medicine, something that might resonate or help you heal, whether it could be words, an experience, a prayer, a meditation. All those things are medicines that can help you heal from a trauma. So if you hear me use that word, that's what I'm referring to. And yeah, I got there and I had no goddamn clue what to expect.
Where was this at, Joe?
This was in Oregon. It was on the coast of Oregon. It was absolutely beautiful. One of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. And it was in the woods, in nature. Let's see here if I can show like a photo. Like, this is what the nature looked like out there.
Are they typically outdoors? I think I've seen pictures and everything looks like you're always kind of with nature.
Yeah, every event's with nature. And going to this event also made me
So
realize
primal.
how long it had been since I had been in fucking nature. Like, I don't remember the last time.
You don't go camping or anything?
Not particularly. Not my thing, but as I've gone through these journeys, I've realized more and more how important it is to be in nature. And so I get out there and I'm just like, what the heck do I expect? What the heck am I doing here? Why am I here? And I didn't know anything about this stuff. I showed up there. John had told me very little about Sacred Sons, and I really appreciate that, because when I showed up, I didn't have any of these preconceived notions or assumptions about it. I just showed up with the video that I'd seen online, and I had no idea what to expect. And we get in our group, and we just start doing one exercise that we did was we walk around, and they asked us to look at another man and put our hands on a man that made us feel uncomfortable, or a man that might have been judging us. And I remember just walking around and putting my hand on one guy that just was mean dogging me. And as we're walking around and they ask, okay, why did you put your hand on this person? And you then share why you did this. And a lot of these exercises are to I feel to call out how you might even present yourself to other men. Do you walk around staring everybody down like you're ready to fight? Do you walk around with love in your eyes? Do you walk around threatening other people? Do you walk around wanting to help other people? What is your normal? And the thing about these groups that I've seen is everyone calls each other out, not in an aggressive or mean way. They just express how you're making them feel. And the unique experience that I've felt through going through the Sacred Sons events is everyone is there to heal, in my opinion. You don't just show up at this event. Something in your life led you to a point of depression, happiness, wanting to support other men, needing help from other men, whatever it is, but everyone is there to participate in a healing journey. And so all of these exercises have different layers that help you heal with different aspects of what you might be suffering through. What was it like for you when you went to your first event? How did you feel when you showed up?
I think the first emotions that you go into, obviously, you're stepping into an unknown. It's like I looked at online, you see the photos, you see the videos, you read the clips, you try to do research, but at the end of the day, you have no idea what you're walking into. And my first emotion kind of almost made me revert a little bit back to kind of my childhood a little bit, kind of being on the outside, watching everything, being a little timid at first, and actually being just nervous overall, because you don't know what you're going to get yourself into. And I think the biggest thing that you experience, like you said, people call you out, in my opinion, when someone is doing that, it's just holding you to the highest accountable point at that given moment. And it's this strange dual healing process. Like your example, when you were talking about someone kind of mean dogging you, looking at you, if you will. And I had the same thing. We had one of the exercises where you did the same thing. You're looking a man directly into the eye, whether it made you feel uncomfortable, whatever the situation was. You have no idea how much you can learn from somebody from sitting there 1 feet apart, staring somebody in the eye in silence. The most intense thing I've ever done with another guy, and you're just sitting there looking into their soul, and it's just strange. And then you share your what you're going through in the time, and or just the raw emotion that you're feeling, and like what you hear from the other person, and like the feedback they give you like on your own physical nature is like eye-opening, because I was feeling light and bubbly and nervous, but they thought I was coming off on XYZ, you know. So it's good to get a dual perspective on your own appearance.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. And it's just so interesting, too, like you point out, like, staring in another guy's, like, eyes, right? I mean, how often do you stare in anyone's eyes? I feel... I feel that I stare into people's eyes more often than most individuals, and I feel that it makes most people uncomfortable. And it's just, I feel when I'm talking to somebody, I should be looking into their eyes, and they should be looking at me. And I think as I've gotten older and older, the more I talk to people and the more time I spend with people, less and less people want to look you directly in the eyes. And if they do, it's a couple seconds. It's never a long time. People feel it becomes shifty. They start wanting to move, not look directly at you. But it's just...
That's weird. Why is that?
My reflection would be that perhaps an individual is insecure about themselves. They don't want to look into your eyes because maybe you're judging them. Maybe I'm judging them. Maybe they feel that I'm judging them. I can't speak for other people's perspectives, but these are things that I feel when people look away from my eyes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Have you ever looked at somebody and they just can't keep eye contact with you?
Yeah.
Do you ever like feel any of those things?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I could think of multiple situations where I feel like I was putting people on the spot and they didn't like it and they would look away. I don't know if they were lying or they were ashamed of something. But I think when I was a kid, I didn't like looking in people's eyes. Like, I didn't like, I don't know, maybe I'll look back. Maybe it was because, you know, my dad would give us this stare down, and I would like hate looking up into his eyes because I like did something wrong or something.
Yeah.
But I think I got over it. I feel like when you do look into someone's eyes, there's like a connection, like you were saying earlier, that you're present there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like looking in people's eyes when I'm like explaining stuff to make sure that they're getting it. Because you'll see their eyes light up, you know, when that happens. So
yeah.
Yeah.
But I also think you hit it on the nose, right? A lot of reasons why people might not look in the eyes is because of traumas that they've suffered, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they did look at their dad, and maybe they got their ass beat if they look right in their dad's eyes.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there's a million reasons, and this is why it's important, once again, to come back to speaking from your experience. And I can only speak from what I feel from others. And I've just realized, in my experience, more often than not, a lot of people have difficulty keeping eye contact or wanting to keep eye contact. It's energetically, I think, a lot too, right? Like, this is intense. We're having a very present conversation. And I think, too, the younger generation, they're not used to having a lot of human interaction. They're all on their phone all the time.
Yeah.
They're not actually looking or speaking to other individuals. And these are skill sets that probably need to be taught again by our generation to the younger generation. As we have kids and as you have a kid, it's to teach people to look in the eye and not to be looking away and not being distracted by that.
Yeah, but if you're looking into my eyes, Joe, you pick one eye. Don't keep going back and forth.
I'm
between
shifty,
them.
man.
Full picture.
Yeah,
Full picture.
then you're going to make me dizzy. I'm like, what are you looking at?
Yeah, you're stupid. So I'm at the Sacred Sons event, and we start off with like activities like this. And essentially...
So you guys, well, hold on. You guys were at the same one, or this was just different?
No, Frank went to one...
I didn't even know you went to Sacred Sons, Frank. Was this before Joe went, or?
You went after.
This
You
was
went
after.
after.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I kept hearing the stories and the feedback and stuff, and I was also kind of in that, like you said, you don't go to this thing because someone tells you about it. You don't go to it because you feel, oh, I want to kind of test this out. You feel this raw, natural attraction to it. And I was at my point in my life when I felt like I needed to break through something and to process my own individual traumas. And it just lined up perfectly because they were trying to get me to go to it for almost like a solid year. And then I eventually went to it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. What I'll say is, if you do decide that you want to go to a Sacred Sons event, don't go because somebody told you to go. You need to go because, once again, I can't speak for others. I would recommend that you should go when it's your decision. I know that if I went because friends kept pushing me and egging me and telling me to go, I would have not been as open as I was. I went when I reached a breaking point in my life and I was looking for something else. And At the end of the day, what I realized is I was just looking for the support of other men. And through going to these events, a term that they use at these events, one of the leaders there, his name is Kale. I have much respect for this individual. He uses a word called re-indigenization. I believe, and I agree with him, and I can't speak for him, but this is my interpretation of the things that he said, is that men have lost their ways in the sense that we don't do the things that we did as men when we used to grow up. Men used to hunt together, men used to play together, men went to war together, they supported each other, they would listen to each other's problems, they would wrestle with each other, they would have contact with each other, and they would provide for themselves. And we live in a civilization where the only person, especially during COVID, that you spoke to for a couple years was your girlfriend. You know, maybe if you were a man that lived with another man, you'd have a man roommate. We're told not to express ourselves. A lot of men are not going to war. A lot of people are docile behind a computer. Most men do not have any contact with any humans, much the less, you know, other men. And I think that most men now, in my experience, dump their problems on their girlfriends. As Frank was explaining in the beginning of the conversation, he talks to his girlfriend about it, and I was the same way. I talked to Beth about all my problems instead of calling my guy friends and having them support me. Like you said, friend check, right? Like, we are the strong ones. We are the ones that should be able to hold that space. We are the ones that should be there to support each other. And I believe that men have forgotten that. And what I've seen from the Sacred Sons organization is they are helping men understand and go back to their roots, which is the basics, which is being in touch with nature, being in touch with yourself, and getting the support of other men, and just doing the things that our ancestors taught us, and the things that we should have known, and the things that we should learn. But I remember reading a book too when I was on my travels, which talked about how when we went through the Industrial Revolution in the 1950s is where we lost most of this. Because before that, most kids still were with their dad on the farm, learning how to cook and clean, not cook and clean, how to like farm and how to do things with their hands and how to be men and to like still be out there in nature and to do those types of things. But when the Industrial Revolution happened, most of the men went to work in factories and they went to work jobs like 16, 17, 18-hour days. And then the boys were left to be raised by mothers. And then boys did not get raised by men anymore. They get raised by their moms. And when they got raised by their moms, you either have an overbearing mom that does a certain type of character trait to you, or a mom that smothers you with love, which results in another character trait. And so we got raised by women, and the men fell by the wayside, and they weren't raising men anymore.
Oh my gosh.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It totally makes sense.
And so there was literally a shift in our culture where we were getting raised by men, we were becoming men, and then we were getting raised by women. And then the book that I'm referring to is called No More Mr. Nice Guy. And it talks about how now we have this generation of men that are all nice guys because they're all just looking for the love and attention of their mothers, no matter how beautiful or difficult their relationship was with their mother, and they're seeking it through validation through other women. They're way too nice. They don't take care of themselves. They don't care about themselves. They just always am trying to please other people. And we have this generation of men who are now suffering because they were not raised by men.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very eye-opening for me, but it also explained a lot on my like journey that I went through. You know, I'd just gotten out of this breakup with Beth, and when I was going out, I was so needy and I just needed attention from women. And I remember even if I had a great time hanging out with friends and going out, but if I didn't get attention from women, I didn't have a good time. Like, no matter what happened, if a girl didn't sexually like talk to me or like flirt with me, or if I didn't receive an attention from a woman, I just couldn't have a good time. And it was making me so depressed because I was like, I just had a great time. I went out with friends. There was nothing wrong with this night. It was good. I had great conversation. But because I didn't receive attention from a girl, I didn't feel good about myself. And it's because I was this hurt boy that is still looking for love and attention from my mother. And I needed that love and attention to feel good about myself. And so that was like one realization I got from the book. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a lot to digest there.
It's a lot to digest there. It's a lot to
Yeah.
digest.
Yeah, that was kind of deep there, Joe.
It was deep. Yeah, I
Yeah.
haven't gotten to the deep parts yet, but yeah, and we'll get into more and more about what my traumas are and the things that.
So
that
you
I
think that's why like guys are like more softer now? Like,
for sure. You weren't
man,
raised by a
that's-
man, you
Yeah.
know? I actually, I cannot say that. I know my dad worked 16, 18-hour days my entire youth. I saw him 10 minutes a day when he drove me to school, and other than that, he was absent. And not to say that he was a bad father in any way. He was the best dad ever. I love him with all my heart, but he did not raise me. My mom raised me. He was not present.
Yeah, same here. My mom did raise us, you know, all four of us. She was always there. I think I saw my dad mostly on the weekends, but like during the week it was not like that. Or maybe like he would drop us off at school sometimes.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, think about that for a second, right? What was your situation? Was your dad there?
I kind of had a different relationship when I was growing up. My grandparents are kind of like the main ones that raised me, but it was the exact same thing. My grandpa, he was gone woke up every day at 5 a.m. He drove over an hour to work every day, and he'd come home at 6 p.m. He was a very unique person, probably the best man I'll ever meet in my lifetime. And he used to dedicate like 2 hours every night somehow to spend, like even to this day, like as I'm getting older, I'm trying to contemplate how did he work 12 to 14 hours a day and then dedicate like a full hour to spending time with me. But but the majority of the day, it was my grandma or my mom, if that's what I referred to her as.
Yeah.
But they're literally the ones raising you. So all that man-to-man contact or just learning through a different set of eyes, it was never there.
Yeah. And yeah, I actually, it's funny. I'm glad that you actually said this to me, that this was a lot that I dropped on you, because I remember when I listened, I was listening to an Audible. When I listened to that part of that book, I was in Ibiza working out at the gym, and my brain kind of exploded for a second.
Yeah, my brain was doing that too. I'm like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, dude, I'm getting goosebumps right now thinking about it again. I literally had to call one of my buddy who recommended the book to me. I'm like, I need to talk to you right now. I need to process something. I need to understand this. And it was literally this moment of just like me realizing all of my relationships my whole life, like I was just trying to get validation and love from other females because I didn't know how to love myself. And because I had this messed up relationship with my mom where I just, no matter how she raised me, I was just looking for validation through her eyes. And so as we've grown up, I'm not going to speak for others. As I've grown up, I've been looking for validation through women, no matter how messed up, no matter how good it was. The only time I ever felt good was when I was getting my mother's love from another female. And so when I'd go out, if I didn't flirt with a chick or a girl didn't talk to me or didn't give me attention, no matter how perfect the night was and how much of a good time I had, I never felt like it was an actual good time unless a girl flirted or gave me that kind of attention. And it was disheartening. It was very disheartening. And I was very depressed about it because I was just so mad at myself. I'm like, why can't I have a good time?
Yeah.
And then when I read that part in the book where it explained that Industrial Revolution thing and that we're raised by our moms and we're literally, and many people and some men, once again, I'm trying not to speak for others, but that some men are suffering from the fact that they're just looking from their mother's love and they're these hurt young boys that are just searching for love still at this point.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
when you get to a point with a girl, like let's say it could be serious, it could not be serious, when you finally get that, what you were looking for, that attention or that love, how do you feel? And if you do get that, are you looking for more, or do you still need your mom's approval on that person?
I would say that when I do get the attention that I'm looking for from a female, I feel like I'm on cloud nine. I feel like I'm so happy. Like, I know, I feel like that hole in my heart is filled because for me, a lot of times, my mom loved me to every fiber of my being. Did she know how to properly show that love? I can't say that she did from my experience in many ways. So when I received that attention from females, I can remember throughout my youth, I never felt better than when I got love or sexual attention from another female. And it made me feel good about myself, almost like like you're a good boy feeling, or you're doing a great job,
Yeah.
or yeah, you're loved. And I hated myself on a very deep core level. And so when I received that love from another female, I felt better for the first time in however long since the last time I had that kind of love.
Okay. Wow.
That makes sense?
Yeah. Now, when you found that, did you ever need like your mom's approval on that too, or was this like did you need your mom to like that girl as well, or was it just like, okay, that was enough, I don't need my mom to approve of this too, or I don't need my mom's love anymore on this situation?
At that point in my life, I still was at a point where I needed, well, in most of my life up until I went on my journey, part of what we're going to talk about is that I needed my mother and dad's approval for everything. So
Yeah.
I needed my mom's approval for like anything, but I only brought home a couple girls throughout my life. And yes, if my mom didn't like my significant other, it was a big problem. It was an issue. And I felt that I needed my parents' approval for relationships that I was in. And if they didn't approve them, the relationship usually didn't last long. And that did have a huge effect on what I wanted and the things that mattered to me. Yeah.
And when you went out, like you said, to get this attention and validation from the girls, if I may ask, was it something where it was like one of those quick like high fixes that did a quick validation, or did this actually like deeply satisfy you and continue to like, is that what you were actually looking for after you received it?
No, I was just going from one high to the next.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's just one quick fix, so you're getting a cup filled up for a second, and then you go back to the work in your example,
Yeah.
get drained back out, and then you need the next fix in order to get the validation. You're just constantly chasing that.
Yeah, constantly chasing that validation through others because I couldn't find validation through myself, right? And if you live your entire life needing validation through other people, how are you ever going to feel good about yourself? And I never felt good about myself. And so it was this endless cycle, feel good for a little bit. So validation from women, partying, going out with friends, validation through friends, just always seeking validation through other aspects of my life instead of looking for validation from within.
Gotcha. So you're never validating yourself. You're just constantly getting external fillers, like you talked about earlier, with trying to be famous, to be the cool kid, if you will, to validate in that aspect.
Yeah, yeah. And when I look back at it now, it's very sad. But yeah, because no matter what was going on, I always thought that I was never good enough, no matter what. Even when I would receive validation from friends or a female or another person, still in the back of my mind, I would feel like I was not good enough. But that is when I felt the best, is when I received validation or love from others because I couldn't give validation to myself. Yeah. So, back to Sacred Sons. At the first event, and essentially I'm sitting there and at this time, I had one of my friends who was in my group, a very close friend of mine. And so, like I said before, we do different types of activities. And sometimes activities are like tapping into your anger. Some activities are yelling. Some activities are meditations. And I remember we did this one activity, and they ask if you're feeling an emotional response, because typically by going through these activities, they will trigger an emotional response in someone in the group. They ask you to step in front of all the other men, and for every other man to be fully present to support in any way necessary while this person is going through their process. And for me, I remember not realizing that I had trauma. I didn't even know what the word trauma was still at this first event. I still was learning about all this. I'm much more educated on the topic now because I've taken the time to learn and try to understand as much as possible. But I remember being watching my friend step into the circle, and he had a very similar background to me. He was raised Middle Eastern, and his parents are very similar to me. And I remember him stepping in, and for him, his trauma was that his father was a bit physical with him when he was younger. And he immediately broke down into being like a little child and going through his process, and essentially watching him go through his process, I started to realize that I had a similar trauma because it was having a strong emotional response within me because I immediately started crying and literally experiencing what he was going through and feeling what he was processing at that time. And through going to these events, a lot of people that I've spoken to are like, I'm too nervous. I don't know if I want to go. I'm scared. I don't want to have to be in front of everyone having to process what's going on in my soul. But what I will say is by watching other people go through their processes, you can also receive healing. We are all different people experiencing different things, but a lot of times we all suffer in similar ways, meaning, if your dad abused you or your mom abused you, it's usually a similar repercussion. Or if you were molested, sometimes people, they turn out the same way. Or many times if you have an overbearing parent, or if you have a parent that's too loving, right? All of these things will have a similar result or affect people in a similar way. So even though you might not be the one in the middle of the circle in front of other men processing what's going on, you are still getting healing by just watching and participating in it. And so that was like the very first eye-opening moment where I started to realize, oh my God, I have some things that I need to work through too, because I couldn't even hold it together. And I started crying, and I started like feeling the emotions that he was feeling as we supported him through it. And so watching that was very powerful for me, and also understanding that a lot of us are very different, but we've all suffered in very similar ways.
People are scared and intimidated because just think about it logically. There's 20 guys in your group. You're all circled up, and you're supposed to process dead center. And a lot of us can't even make eye contact for more than a minute, let alone have 20 grown men stare at you when you're going through your most vulnerable moment.
Yeah.
And the thing that took me by shock, I knew I had some traumas and all that kind of stuff when I was growing up, but I didn't realize how much you could actually heal through another man, especially watching him, you were expecting, that was the most unexpected thing about my entire experience at Sacred Sons, was having my own emotion being processed and healed through someone else. And I didn't have to speak sometimes. I would just start crying. I would just break down, and I could feel that pain because you've been there in that moment with that person before. And it's like the most magical thing, medicine, if you want to call it, that you can experience, is healing through someone else and being fully present and finally being seen for the first time.
Yeah. Frank, you're absolutely right. I remember us talking about how you'd also received the healing just from watching the other gentlemen going through whatever they were going through in their process. And a lot of this stuff is obviously energetic in the sense that we all feel things. I think you can feel things in the same way, even though it might be a completely different experience that you went through. And after watching one of my best friends go through his process and seeing what he went through, it just opened the doors and it opened my eyes to the fact that I had probably suffered some traumas and that there were things that I needed to work through. And throughout the rest of the weekend, I never really stepped in to the circle because I couldn't pinpoint what was going on. And I think I had just a lot of emotional blocks that I wasn't willing to acknowledge yet at that point. I feel that some people are more ready and on the edge to experience what they need to experience or to process what they need to process, and then other people need to become more open to it. And for me, I had done a really good job of shoving all my emotions deep, dark down into holes in my body, and I wasn't ready to feel them or to express them. I honestly couldn't tell you the last time I remember crying before crying watching one of my best friends go through his process. And I don't remember feeling sad. I just remember just always feeling neutral about a lot of things, except when I was going out with friends and maybe partying, and after I drink, I would then relax and feel a lot better. So for me, that weekend, one of the most important things that happened for me is, I wouldn't call it per se a process, but they had something called the Death Lodge. So the Death Lodge was essentially what they had set up was a space for people to come. You make an offering that's supposed to represent something to you. For me, we had done this one exercise where we had chosen an acorn from the forest, and the acorn was supposed to represent almost like rebirth and redeath, how the acorn has to die for it to be growing into this giant oak tree. And so I took this acorn because there was a part of me that I wanted to let die at the Death Lodge. And for me, what I had essentially felt is that most of my life I had not been speaking from a place in my heart, and I had not been speaking from a place of truth almost, where I had been speaking what I thought other people wanted me to say and not speaking what I really wanted to say in my heart. And so when I was younger, I was always taught, act this way, be this way, say things this way, do things this way, and almost to ignore my intuition and my heart in its entirety, and instead to speak from my brain and to speak from a logical way, an analytical way, and to not really use my emotions or to just say what was really on my soul. And so I got sick of it, and it got to a point where, but I know my intuition was screaming and was yelling at me and was trying to tell me things, and I was completely ignoring it. And it got to a point where I realized I needed to make a change. Otherwise, I was going to keep feeling the same way that I was feeling and keep acting the same way that I was acting, and I was going to keep in this cycle of depression and never get out of it. So I went down to this death lodge, and I think I have a picture of the death lodge so you can kind of get an idea of what it looked like. But as you can see here, there's a picture of me sitting in the death lodge, and they set up a
that
mirror.
That doesn't look like you.
No, it doesn't look like me. I was nice and bearded. This is not a great photo. I am going to be honest. I didn't think I would be sharing this photo with anyone. But that's like you sit in front of this mirror and you essentially talk to yourself. And I think I had another photo too. This one, nope, that's not it. There was another photo which I took which showed like a bunch of offerings that were on the ground, which this is like people would come and they would give different offerings. Some people brought mushrooms, some people brought acorns, people just came and made an offering. And you also take a piece of wood, and as you saw in that photo, I had a piece of wood with me because you're supposed to imbue in that piece of wood whatever part of your soul you were going to let die or whatever you wanted to let die. And so I went down there to let that piece of myself die. And I went down there, and I'm looking at myself in this mirror, and I essentially just start talking. And one thing leads to another where I'm literally just start puking like word vomit, just like all these emotions and all these thoughts and all these ways about how I felt about me essentially not speaking from a heart place most of my life. And I thought I was going to go down there for 2 minutes. It was going to be great, and I was going to be done. I ended up sitting down there talking to myself for 45 minutes, just looking in the mirror, talking to myself. And it was one of the strangest experiences of my life. And it ended up being one of the most powerful experiences of my life, because going through the conversations that I was having with myself, one of the things that I realized is even when I was sitting with myself, talking to myself, I tried to lie to myself. I don't know how to express this. It was one of the most disheartening feelings I'd ever felt in my entire life. Who the hell tries to lie to themselves while they're talking to themselves? Like, I was sitting there trying to create these like alternate scenarios saying, oh no, you actually don't do that. You're not really like this. You're not like that. And I remember saying to myself out loud, are you trying to lie to yourself right now while talking to yourself? And it was like, I was like laughing, but like feeling a little crazy at the moment. So it was like this eccentric moment where I was like, this is insanity, where I'm trying to like bullshit myself. And it was this very sad realization that I had almost pre-programmed my brain to give certain responses and to respond in a certain way my entire life, instead of speaking from a place that was true and was from my soul and what I really meant to say and what I wanted to say. And I remember sitting there and like at one point I just started like crying because I was so sad and disheartened with myself that I would even try to lie to myself. It's like, there's no one else here. Who am I trying to impress? What am I trying to prove to anyone? Why can't I just be real with myself and speak from my soul? And what I'd realized is like most of the time when I spoke to others, the saying goes, listen with 2 ears and speak with one mouth. I was listening with no ears and I was speaking with 3 mouths. I was always just thinking about what I was going to say next and did not really care what anybody else was saying to me. And I shouldn't be this extreme with myself, but this is how it felt at that moment, is that I was just always concerned about myself and I was not concerned about what other people were telling me. And my whole life I felt like I was always preparing speeches before I was even really listening to what my soul wanted to say. I wasn't really hearing what somebody was telling me because I was just thinking about what I wanted to respond next. And instead of caring and giving somebody full presence, I was just caring and thinking about what I wanted.
Was that because like you were saying earlier, someone was telling you to do this, or this was taught, or is just a response that you were trying to get, you know?
I think it was a lot dealt with like my childhood trauma and a lot of the things that I suffered with as a kid, which was always being told to act and respond in a specific way
Mm-hmm.
and to always just be professional, to always be respectful, to always be good, to always support others, to always like be caring about others, to be compassionate to others. Like these are things I was taught. And so for that reason, I ignored I ignored how I felt a lot of the
Mm-hmm.
time. Actually all the time. I didn't care about how I felt. I didn't care what my emotions were. I didn't care what I really wanted to say. I had to care about others and I had to think about what they wanted and to ignore what I wanted at the detriment of myself many times because that was the right thing to do, or at least that's what I was taught was the right thing to do, was to be respectful to others at all times and to make sure that I was putting up this front because the way I felt I was raised was you're going to go to these schools, you're going to do this good stuff, you're going to be a lawyer, then you're going to run for politics one day, and this is how you have to act and this is what you have to do. And so if it didn't align with those things, I wasn't allowed to say what I felt. And so I felt almost like preconditioned, like a computer. This is how you speak, this is how you act, and this is what you do. So I ignored my intuition. I ignored what I wanted to say and how I felt for the longest time. My whole life, not the longest time, my entire life.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's pretty interesting. Because I mean, I I guess looking back at my childhood, I don't. I think there was a point where it was just like, yeah, this is you need to be respectful. You know, you need to act this way in certain settings. But I never took it to that extent, like bringing it towards like friends or like other people, you know, in different settings. I just kind of, I don't know. That's crazy.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
that's interesting that you took it that way and that you were just, you know, or like even preparing speeches or thinking about what you were going to say next instead of, you know, living in the moment. I think, you know, that's I had no idea.
yeah, I mean, dude, it was almost like painful. It was painful and it was painful and it was exhausting. Imagine you're just never saying what's on your heart, right? Like you're always having to create a speech.
Were you afraid to say what you were feeling, or you just didn't? It was just like, no, I got to say this, or
Yeah, I was terrified. I was always trying to say what I thought other people wanted to hear because I didn't think that they really wanted to hear what I had to say. And that my opinion didn't really matter. And um, that what I really felt was not important. And so, yeah, I just shoved that down and I ignored it. And so I just always wanted to speak and say what I thought other people wanted to hear and say. And, you know, I think it's important too. I think I should just give some context. You know, we're almost at the point where like I feel like I should like going through this week, like this specific week, I started to realize a lot of the stuff that I had like been through and what potentially my traumas were. And I remember like leaving the Convergence event, and we're going to get back to Convergence because I want to talk about some other things there. But I remember leaving and talking to John on the way out and starting to talk about a lot of the stuff that I had been through as a kid. And he was sharing his story. I'm not going to share his story, but through sharing his story, he was able to help me tap into what I believe and started to figure out like what some of the things that I went through. So to give a little context, I first want to say, you know, I love my mom with all my heart, and my mom did the best she could and raised me the best way that she knew how to raise me. And the way she raised me sometimes just had emotional impacts on who I am as an individual. And I don't want to use the word, I don't have a better word other than trauma. They were just heavy emotional events that had a psychological impact towards the human being that I became as an adult. And my mom had 14 pregnancies and she lost 11 children. So
gosh.
11 children died, and she had an ovary that was shaped, or her ovary was shaped like a heart instead of an oval. So she was not supposed to have children. She kept trying to have children, and thank God she kept trying to have children, right? Otherwise, you would have my beautiful face on this planet,
And we wouldn't be talking here right now.
Yeah, we wouldn't be here talking. But I couldn't imagine trying to have children after losing 2 or 3, and so she lost 6 before me. And she just kept trying to have kids, and had all these miscarriages. And so I can only imagine the trauma that my mom suffered going through all these procedures, trying to have children, she was basically pregnant for 20 years. Wow. And I don't know many people that can comprehend that level of suffering. I think some people might lose their minds after losing 1 child, right?
Yeah.
And she lost 11. And so when I was born, it was very important that I was very well protected, that nothing happened to me. Like, they were so worried about me, and they wanted me to be the best. And I understand that my mom literally gave up everything for me to be born. And she just wanted me to be the best. She wanted me to have the best. She wanted me to do the best. And she was not going to allow me to do anything but act the best, be the best, and do the best. And that's because she gave up her whole life for her children. And so due to that result, she was very strict in the way that she raised me. I was not really allowed to hang out with other children at the risk of getting molested or getting kidnapped or just getting hurt walking down the street.
Or getting sick.
Getting sick. I was never allowed to play out in the streets. I never, ever remember being allowed to go anywhere without my mom being there. There was no...
You were like the bubble boy, right? Just wrapped.
I was the bubble boy minus the bubble. And like, as one of my friends said, like a gilded cage. Like, don't get me wrong. My parents did a great job raising me. They gave me everything. I was a spoiled brat. I will be the first to say that.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Also the notion.
Yeah. And that character trait has translated into my adulthood. I'm still a brat in many ways, but like, I remember my only friends growing up were my cousins, because those are the only people that my mom felt safe with us hanging out with. And I just remembered always wanting to hang out with other kids or go be around other kids. And, you know, I was also like the runt. Like, I was very little. I mean, like, I also wasn't supposed to survive. So maybe that's part of the reason that, like, I didn't grow to, like, be of substantial height like some other giants of our friends in the room. But
you have a very tall personality, though.
Dude, could you imagine if I was a big dude with this personality? It would be a problem. But yeah, and so, you know, my mom was very strict, and I was also just one of those kids when it came to like grades. You know, I would get spanked if I didn't get an A plus, right? If I got an A, it wasn't good enough. It had to be an A plus. If I did a speech and I didn't get first place and I got second place, it wasn't good enough. If I got class salutatorian and I wasn't valedictorian, it wasn't good enough. If I wasn't class president, I shouldn't participate at all. So I had to be the best at everything, or it just wasn't good enough. And so there was a lot of pressures that just came with that, and there's a lot of stresses that came with that as being a child. And you know, I didn't have the stresses that many people have suffered in their lives, but like I said in the beginning, my traumas and my suffering and what I went through, and I don't know, using those words is harsh, but just what I went through as a child is what I went through, and it had the psychological effects that it did, and it was heavy for me as to where I was as a person at that time.
Sure.
And that was what, like, I went through as an individual. And so the way that my mom raised me and the way that my dad raised me, and I say my mom because my dad raised me, and I have a lot of my best traits because of my dad, but my mom particularly raised me because she was the one there every day watching over my shoulder, making sure that I did things right, I acted a certain way, and I did things a certain way. And I think that I frustrated the fuck out of my mom. I know I have a lot of energy. You call me Turbo. So I can imagine what I was like as a kid. I probably was a menace. I know I asked so many questions. I probably asked a billion questions that my mom did not have the answers to, and Google wasn't a thing back then. You know, I just have always been naturally curious, and I believe that I just drove my mom insane. And I know kids nowadays, you think that you shouldn't get an ass whooping, but that's just how you raise your kids back in the day. You get an ass whooping. And sometimes you deserve an ass whooping, and I can say I deserved most of my ass whoopings. Yeah. And some ass whoopings were worse than others, But I definitely drove my mother insane, and she did a great job because I think I turned out decently okay.
Yeah.
Decently.
Could be worse.
It could
Yeah.
be worse.
I mean, I've known you for 10 years and I get frustrated too.
Yeah, I mean, you get frustrated every 10 minutes. But yeah, I just, she did the best she could, and she raised me the best way she knew how, and she gave up a lot of her life to make sure that I was alive, and I'm very grateful that she did the things that she did. And so the things that I'm going to talk about when it relates to trauma and emotional responses that I had, it's just like, these are how I responded to the specific stimulus and the specific events that I went through, right? And so when I talk about my processes and things that I went through, just know that, yes, they were very heavy for me, but my mom did the best she could. She's an amazing woman, and I don't want to say anything negative about her because I care about her deeply, but this is just how I was affected emotionally, mentally, and physically throughout my entire life. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess with that being shared too, can you guys like think of some ways that you guys suffered like some traumas in your lives and how your parents raised you?
Yeah, so I think everybody, well, I'll just say I, just like you. Um, I went through kind of similar. I I don't know. So when you talk about trauma, like I try to figure out how that has affected me as a person, because I've been through some things that people would be like, "You're crazy." So I remember, when we would get in trouble as kids, my mom would throw rice, like hard rice, on the ground, and we would have to kneel on it and hold out encyclopedias like out like this and hold it out. It's almost like torture. Like it was just like, and I remember getting whooped on our feet while we're doing that too. Like they would like get a belt and like hit our feet, and just like some crazy stuff. I remember, our, one of our cousins, being tied up outside, and I hear some of the stories too, and I don't know if I just blocked it out or if I just don't remember, when one person would get in trouble, everyone would get in trouble, and they would line us up and they would just like start the whooping train, and everybody would get an ass whooping. It was just like the norm,
Yeah.
And I don't know how that has affected me, because I'm a pretty easygoing person and I don't let a lot of things get to me. And maybe that's one big thing is like I've been through a lot and just everything else doesn't feel as rough or as tough as that was. I mean, of course, everyone remembers getting their ass whooped and crying, and I think I shared this story on one of the other podcasts, but my brain kind of thinks differently. It's like, when I would get whooped, I would look at it as almost a game. Like my dad, I remember one time, and he was pissed, but like he couldn't help but laugh too. It's like I went into the closet, dropped my pants, and they went to go to whoop me, and I would move out of the way so that they would miss, and I would just start dying laughing because I thought it was hilarious. And that's like where my brain was, and I was just like, oh my gosh. But I think I think trauma that I remember was more of like physical things. Like I think I remember I almost drowned one time, and I was afraid of water for a long time, and I didn't want to get into water or swim, and I just had to, one day just get over it and be like, hey, like everyone can swim, everyone can get into water, like why can't you do it? I remember also when I was a kid, like we're walking home, and I remember I walked ahead of everybody, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna be the first one home, and then these dogs came out of nowhere. So I lived in Guam at the time, and if you've never been to Guam, or I don't know if this is like happens on all islands, but there's dog packs that just roam the street, and they'll chase your cars, like they'll chase you on your bike. They don't care. It's like a wolf pack, And so I went ahead and like walked in front of everybody, and I remember getting chased down by this dog, and I come running around the corner screaming, ah, running down the street, and I ended up jumping on a car, and we were all laughing about it later. But I remember I was like, I did not like dogs for a while, and I just had to kind of like overcome it and get with it. But back to your point earlier, is like I don't know how my childhood trauma has affected me yet, or maybe I haven't ran into any situations. But those are some of the stories that I remember, from my past. But I guess the other thing was, my dad, like, I hated when he would like look at us like with that stare down. And for a long time I didn't like looking at him in his eyes, and I didn't like looking at other people when I was in trouble or like when something happened. And now I'm over that. Like, I don't mind. I think I had an epiphany one day while we were all hanging out having fun, and I noticed something that I was doing that kind of reflected my dad. And I was like, I don't want to be like my dad. And it was just so weird. And I was like, it was almost like an immediate thing. Like, I need to change that like real quick. Yeah. And it was with, my wife, and I didn't like arguing, and I didn't like fighting. And if something bothered me, I think we all do this sometimes, is like we ignore the problem, or we just don't talk about it, or we walk away from it, and we wouldn't say anything to each other. And I had a conversation with her, and I was like, hey, that needs to change. Like, we don't go to bed angry at each other. We talk it out and we talk through it. Like, that's not healthy, and I don't want to be like that. And I guess those would be kind of like the trauma stories that I guess for me stand out. I know you want to hear like the other crazy stories, Joe, about my childhood, because it's funny. But I'll tell that. I'll retell it because Frank wasn't here for that. But I didn't even know this. So maybe, you hear like people blocking out trauma, right? And you don't remember any of these stories. And I didn't know this like happened. And we were all sitting I went to a family reunion, and we're telling our war stories of our families. And what'd you call this cocktail? Molotov cocktail. So my aunt was telling us the story. She was like, yeah, when you guys would get in trouble, she was like, your grandfather would lock you out on our porch. And so it was like one of those porches like in front of the house that had kind of like a screen like that wrapped all the way around, and like a lock and a door. So all of us cousins were out there. I just probably like 10 to 12 of us out there. And our neighbors were throwing, let's say it again, Molotov cocktails at us, like little kids, and it almost like we were in a war zone. They're throwing it over our fences, and it's like breaking, and like things are bursting on fire. And
so for those of you who don't know what a Molotov cocktail is, it's essentially like a bottle of liquor where you stick like some type of cloth inside of it, and then you light it on fire, and then you throw it, and so when it explodes or the glass breaks, it's literally like a fire bomb.
Yeah, it's like
I love
napalm.
how you're just casually talking about a Molotov cocktail when you got Molotov cocktails as a child. This is a trauma.
We're
gonna categorize this right now.
Category 5 trauma.
Yeah, which is crazy. And I remember they told us like, that there was a car that caught on fire, and it was just like a whole scene. But I lived in Oakland at the time, and like, dude, Oakland is a pretty rough place to live. I mean, even still now, if you go up there, you see things happening on the street, you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening. And I'm still curious on like how things like this have affected me. I don't know what I can't tell from my personal experience, because I feel everything I do is just like normal. Like I'm a, normal day human being. And maybe I haven't hit it yet, or maybe I have and I just gotten over it, or maybe it's just all blocked out. I have no idea.
It could be a combination of everything, but I think you might have even hit on it earlier where you were talking about how you just don't think things are a big deal.
Yeah.
You've been Molotov cocktailed. I don't know how much more intense it gets than that other than going to war, right? And obviously, I'm not trying to compare my traumas.
Well, Joe, I heard, I don't know, like probably when I was like 20, 22 or 23, I remember hearing this quote. It was like, if it's not going to matter in 5 years, don't waste 5 minutes on it. So I try to brush everything off, and I'm just like, instead of, trying to find the problem, I'm always like, what's the solution? Who cares about the story? Like, let's move on from this. How do we get past this? Because I don't want to waste time on this, because I've seen how holding grudges affects people. I've seen how like other family members don't get along with each other. And, I don't want that. I also don't want negativity in my life, so I don't waste time on it. And maybe that's how it's, changed me, or how I've grown up has molded me into like who I am. But I grew up in a very religious home. We went to church on Sunday twice. We went to church on Wednesday nights. We went to church on Friday. We went to church on Saturday. That was my whole life. And, and my parents were really strict on everything. And I feel like that too made me more open to things, like, because I wanted to explore, but I wasn't allowed to. Like, I like going on adventures because I wasn't allowed to. I think that probably has a big impact on who I am, and why I'm so social, and I like being out, and I like meeting people. And it's probably because I never got the chance to. I was always held back. So I was like, hey, you're all about family and God, and and I was just like, but I'm not. I want to spread my wings and fly. So yeah, but that's just a little glance at my life here. Yeah.
And to clarify, I want to go back to the story you were telling when you were being locked outside on the screen porch, if you will, with all of your cousins, and your neighbors were throwing the bombs at you, is what they were.
Yeah.
Was this like in works? Like you when you were locked outside there, was like that was the punishment? Your neighbors were doing this, or like what was the scenario with that?
That was just
casual, like they were just doing this for the fun of it.
Yeah, that was just I think it was some kind of retaliation or something. It was just weird. Like we grew up on this block where almost like your family was your gang. Right. And it was like, oh, you're with that family, it's either like they respect you or they don't. And then it's just like, you can either get in a fight or you can, throw stuff at each other. Or like, it was just really bad. Like I remember like, I mean, most of my childhood was like cops running through our backyard, like chasing people. And it was bad. But when you're a kid, what do you know? Like, you don't know anything better.
It's just the normal at that point.
That's what I thought. I was like, oh, this is normal. Oh, it's normal to get whooped. Hey, go outside and grab a tree branch because that's what we're going to whoop you with today. Like, okay, I'll go find one, And it was just like, okay, maybe I shouldn't try to get in trouble, I just didn't understand if someone else did something bad, how it was your fault and you would get in trouble for it too. That was crazy. Yeah. But even some of the stories, like, like hearing, like I don't know if I was even part of this, but my cousins were talking about that we would get tied up outside and left outside overnight, till the morning. Like, that's crazy. Like, I mean, to even hear a story like that that can't be true,
Yeah, it's very true. Right.
And I can't imagine. I mean, today you would be torched if you did that to your kid,
Imagine catching that on a TikTok.
But yeah,
talking about going viral.
Yeah.
I'm going over the fence, and like that's the number one. Yeah.
But what's weird too is like most of our like me and like my cousins, we're all kind of the same. Like we're just like the biggest jokesters in town. We laugh at everything. We have a good time. Like nothing bothers us, you know. It's just so weird. But
Yeah.
I mean, just going through all that stuff, I'm like, wow. I'm like, I never take the time to sit and digest it because I was just like, oh, that was normal, you know. And then you hear other people tell their stories, you know, from anywhere, and you're just like, wow, we had totally different types of childhood experiences. But what really gets me is if you look at like my immediate family, we all turned out different. Like we all just kind of went our separate ways, and we're like different people in our own right, but we went through like the same thing, which is crazy, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's, I don't know, for all of you that are listening, it's a lot to take in, but you know, I don't know. I don't hold it to myself or think anything bad of it. I just think that's like what we went through, and that's how, you know, it was normal, like growing up, you know?
Yeah, but this goes back to exactly what you're saying. Your immediate family, you all went through the same thing, but each one of you turned out completely different, which goes back to each traumatic experience is subjective.
Yeah.
How did they experience it? How did you experience it? And what result did that have as you became an adult and as you translated that experience in your own mind? And so that's why I tried to set that preface before, where it doesn't matter what happens to who, everyone takes it differently. Because, for example, like a molestation thing could be like normal to someone. He's like, well, I don't know anything different. I thought it was normal for this family member to do this stuff to me, right?
Yeah.
And everybody's experience is subjective, and you have to take that into consideration when you're supporting others or when you're listening to others. And I just recommend that don't let other people, you know, your experience is going to be your own. And if you are supporting another person, try to understand their point of view, but you might never be able to understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever felt like, cause there must have been like more pressure on you because you're kind of the oldest, right?
Yeah.
In your family.
Yeah.
And you know, you have siblings that have to look up to you. Has that ever played in a role, like how you know, present yourself or how you go about, you know, especially to them? Because I feel like kids, they're like sponges and they copy and kind of react to what you do. Did that affect you in any way?
I mean, I just remember always being the guinea pig and always being in trouble because I always did everything wrong.
Yeah.
And I just always remember being frustrated because my brother and sister got away with a lot more. But I think, too, I just also got used to being the scapegoat for everything. So even when people would get in trouble in my family, they'd just blame it on me. And I got so used to just getting in trouble or getting my ass whooped that I just said, yeah, just blame it on me. I would even tell people it's not a big deal because I almost like preconditioned myself to just always be in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a weird, not sadistic in any way, shape, or form. It's just I kind of had accepted my fate that
That's crazy.
I was always the one that would take the blame for things. You are the oldest, are you?
I have a, my daddy had multiple wives, so I'm the oldest through my true blood sister, but I'm the second oldest, so not the first.
Got it. Yeah. Yeah, being the oldest, there's a lot more pressure. You got to do things right.
Yeah.
Everyone's looking at you, and then if
Isn't
you
that
mess
weird
up,
that you just accept it? Because I felt the exact same way. I was kind of always like the black sheep of my family, where
yeah,
like they were so stuck together, like as a group, and I was just like, oh, I want to go do this, I want to go do that. But when it came to discipline, I was always getting in trouble, and I kind of just accepted it. I was just like, oh, they're all gonna blame me. Oh well.
yeah,
And I think that's why maybe I made a game of it. I was just like, oh yeah, try to spank me. Oh, you missed, right?
yeah,
Yeah, that's crazy.
yeah,
It just shows like how like powerful like the mind is truly. Just it's like in those moments, you know, like personal experience as well. It's like you turn it into a game, or if like when you're in those situations, because you're just trying to survive, and this is your normal. So if it's always going to happen, and like even you being the scapegoat for all the time, it's like if you don't normalize it, and if it's not a thing, then you're constantly going through that trauma, if you will. But if you normalize it, you just repress it, the mind puts it off, and you don't realize things until you're out of that social context, where we're no longer getting blamed for our sibling stuff. Now we're in the real world, but
Yeah.
you're still having some of those things, and then that's actually when the trauma usually comes out.
Yeah. What about you? What are some things that you've been through?
A lot of my stuff, I didn't know this actually until I went to Sacred Sons, deep processing, went through all this stuff. I used to always think that a lot of like my anger or like this constant like not feeling good enough used to come from my dad. Still, a lot of it came from him. I'm not fully writing him off, but it was actually from an abandonment when I was young for my mom, my real mom, my grandma. She raised me and everything. Thank God, she taught me all the good morals and values that I hold today, very near and dear. But I replaced my real mom with my grandma, and I didn't realize until literally last year that I did this. I was trying to fill a void externally. Like there's something different between your real mom, like your blood. Like there's a connection there you can never replicate, even if you have the most amazing, grandma, if you will, that's raising you. So mine was, I think it was something like 12 to 15 years of just like abandonment from when I was born and stuff like that. She always like pawned me off to my grandma to raise me and stuff. And once again, at the time when I was little, I just thought it was normal. Okay, we're going to grandma's house, my dad, he's always away at work, similar to your father. And I just kind of took this as the normal. And then my brother told me a couple stories 3 or 4 years ago. He's like, do you remember when we were like 5 or 6 years old, how when your mom would watch us, his mom was different than mine, that we always had to stay outside during the daytime. And then when my dad came home, she would let us inside, kind of like animals. So every day, by the time we woke up, when we weren't in school, like on the weekends or during summer, it was always, and this is why I grew up outdoors. I thought it was fun because I was 5 years old and I didn't know any better to play in the woods. We had a lot of land at the time. But my thing was, she locked us outside. She didn't want to deal with us during the day because she was going through a lot of her own mental issues. I didn't learn this until much later on and like really reflecting on it, some things between her and my dad. But going through, we were outside for 12 hours a day. When the sun came up, she'd feed us a breakfast. We would go outside. We're playing in the woods, doing with the dogs, whatever we did just when we were little. We'd eat lunch outside, and then the only time she'd allow us in is to use the restroom, and then when our dad came home. And I was like, all right, we're playing outside. And this went on for, years, I think, until they got a divorce at from age 5 to 9, literally just outside, not allowed inside. So I didn't realize that till later on. I thought it was a fun game. My brother, he was about 4 years older than me, so he was 9. So he understood the situation a little bit more. And then going into some of my,
But he was still a kid.
Yeah, he was still just a kid. He knew a little bit more because he was 9, but I thought it was more fun in games. I liked being outside, but he was more inside. He liked to play video games and stuff, so it was a lot different trauma for him.
Got it.
But I didn't realize, and this actually bled into my adult life, of this constantly feeling the alone, or wanting. One of the big processes I went through was this needing to be seen or to be found, actually, because I was always out. A lot of those days I was just alone. You're out in the middle of the woods, playing in the tree, climbing on trees and stuff. That's my main thing. I loved to climb when I was little. But I had this constant need and this deep down feeling of I needed to be found. I wanted someone to find me in the tree and bring me inside, or I wanted the friend to come up. So I spent the majority, my first 18 years of life, just always alone, if you will, until I moved out to California. It changed a little bit when I got older. But my biggest thing was the abandonment, and then the constant not being good enough for my dad type thing. And then the first time I think he ever really started paying attention to me, it was middle school. I was usually when you're, in my experience, the alone and never feeling good enough to your parents, I took it out as an anger, if you will. So when I first got into middle school, I was already a little larger than everybody. And I didn't get into fights due to I wanted to hurt somebody. It was more of a fun game, you challenge somebody else, kind of the more primal stuff.
Yeah.
But in a normal culture, fighting is not okay. And I was almost expelled from school because I got suspended so many times in 1 year. When I was 12 years old is when this started going on. But on those days when I would get suspended, my dad would have to pick me up at the principal's office. To be this whole thing, and that was the most interaction I got from him when I was young. So it turned into hey, what did I do this time? And he would kind of joke about it too, oh, what'd you do today? And but we'd have an hour car ride home, and he would share all these insights as a super bonding moment. So looking back on it now, I was actually doing this for fun, but also like trying to reach out, like crying for attention. It wasn't actually that I wanted to be violent. I was doing it for sport
Yeah.
and wanting the need and like that attention from my dad. And then going to the next phase, the outlet I created was sports, particularly track and football was my main two outlets. A lifesaver. I'd have been up in jail or at least expelled from all the public schools if I didn't have those two things, because it's just a very violent time when I was younger. But all of my insecurities and fears, I suffered some of the similar, like you said, like
Were you being violent because you wanted attention?
mine was actually like twofold. So I wasn't actually like being the bully. I was actually being the protector because I wanted someone. I always related to like the ancient warriors and stuff. When I was Sacred Sons and dove into a little bit more deep, but always related to that protector and like the ancient warrior, if you will. So I was like more like the sheepdog of the group. If I saw somebody else getting bullied, I'm like, oh, this guy thinks he's fun. He thinks he's, violent. He's going to hurt this kid. Okay, well, I'll step in. I'll fight you just for the fun of it, because I wanted to protect somebody. So I was always the intermediary, if you will. And, but I wasn't actually like, the attention was one thing, but I was also like, I wanted someone to protect me when I was young, and I wanted someone to be there for me. So I feel like I was expressing that in those fights and stuff, sticking up for other kids.
Gotcha. Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And then going into the football realm after that, that was actually another thing. Like, truly loved the game. Everything about it is the physical drive that I needed to, go back to the warrior trait, if you will. It's the only time I've ever felt truly whole in my life is when you're in that massive brotherhood. You're getting the physical exertion every day, and you're like training to the highest of your ability. And also, like, once again, it's not fun, but when you enforce your physical will on somebody, it's a whole different feeling, like in a competition thing, and like I can never replace that feeling. But like, it was the only time that in my eyes, like my dad would ever look at me or like give me that acknowledgement of like, hey, you. But at the same time, I was never good enough in a lot of ways. So he was like always disappointment or never giving me that validation. So I used to seek external validation because I was like a little boy inside crying that wanted to be found in the woods. But on the outside, I was this massive, scary-looking football player that was hurting people, you know. But it's that inner boy that was broken on the inside, and it was protected at the time in this massive shell that just wanted to be like a physical monster for the longest time.
Gotcha. Oh, interesting. Okay. So I guess with all that, it's just so interesting to like have these conversations now on the other side of my travels, because I think you understand a lot of the reasons now why you act the way that you do, and I think even from the last time that we recorded the podcast and this conversation, I think too you understand some things better. Or my interpretation is I feel that you understand some things better after listening to a lot of the stuff that I expressed.
Yeah, because I think, after talking to you, like I try to sit down and like think about it. And I think the first thing that I noticed is like it was more like physical traumas that hit me first, because that was like the most impactful that I could remember just from my memory. And then, diving a little bit deeper, I started, to remember those emotional traumas that I had. Yeah. And so, and I don't think I would have ever even thought about it unless we had these conversations, because it never comes up. It's like, when do you talk about this with friends? Because I wasn't experiencing anything in my life that was bringing me to a breaking point where I had to be like, hey man, I need to check myself, or like I need to bring myself back. And so I never even thought about it, and then listening to your whole trip and what you've been going through, and it was kind of shocking because at the same time, we had no idea you were going through any of this, Yeah. And it's like we would see you in those settings, and it's just, but it's good to hear this, and I'm glad we are talking about it,
Yeah, and I'm glad that we're talking about it too, and I hope that the insights that that I shared, help you or help anybody, right? But at the same time, just it's really nice to hear now that we've had this second conversation, I can see that you've seen things from different perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can tell just even from the two of us talking that it's helped you in some way, which is amazing, because at the end of the day, it's just like if you can affect one person's life, I think that's important in life.
Yeah.
And yeah, so get back to where we were at in the story. So we were in Convergence, and I'm just gonna show a couple photos because I'm kind of gonna move past Convergence to the next step. But I already showed you guys what it looked like. So this was a picture of just like the opening ceremonies. And so the opening ceremonies, as you can see here, it's like 333 men. It's a lot of guys. I've never been around that much men ever in my entire life, and just being in that kind of energy was a very special experience. And I just remembered being at this event. I'm like, what the hell did I just walk into right now? Like, what is going on here? What is happening? This is very strange, very different. But like I said, everyone there is there for a specific reason and to help heal and to work on themselves. So it was a very special feeling, and it was really cool. And just seeing that many guys coming together was really, really awesome too. And like I said too at the beginning, there are different things with Sacred Sons, like for example, things called like sacred combat. So one way that you can get emotionally triggered is some men, they've never fought, they've never wrestled, they've never come in contact physically with another man. So we had something called sacred combat, and that's where all the men came together and we chose champions from our team, and we came together to essentially participate in sacred combat. And so this is a video of like them warming up. This wasn't the actual fighting of the event though. But
This is like capoeira, huh?
yeah, the capoeira. They were just like, this was more like just like a celebration, and they were just having some fun, which was really cool. Yeah, and this was like the setting. It was beautiful, just like in the forest, which was super rad. Yeah. But that was just like the warm-ups, and I don't want to show the actual fights because that's other people's stories and it's not my story to share. But people can box or they would wrestle like jiu-jitsu, and it was not for the sake of winning or for the sake of losing. It's just for the sake of being in there and meeting another man like eye to eye and testing each other and not to hurt the other person or to knock them out, but just to be there face to face and to confront them. And as a man gives you his fullest self, you can then come forward and give your fullest self. And for some people, right, the fullest version of what they are willing to come forward is they want to fight at 40%. For other men, it's they want to go full 100% and they want to duke it out. And there's like, it's an edge. And some men, through going through this, they have a process in front of everybody, and it's very emotional for them because some men have never been hit in the face before, or some men, you know, they like to get angry, or they're worried about their inner beast coming out and they'll hurt somebody, and they have to learn to control themselves. And there's just so many levels to sacred combat, and it's really high energy. Everyone's super excited, jumping around like little kids.
I bet you got the drums going.
It's the most like primal and exhilarating thing you'll ever experience. And to just dive a little bit deeper too, the most interesting thing about the sacred combat is stepping into the arena. You don't necessarily even choose the person you're going to have the combat with. Yeah. You just walk in and you meet somebody, and somehow, mysterious way, it works out like this, but it's exactly what you needed in that given thing, and you were meant to, like you said, fight the person, if you will, to heal them through their traumas. And if you've already have experience, you can meet them at a higher level, and you're meeting the individual exactly where they need to be. If they're 70%, you're 70%. And if they want to go all out, to meet someone on the same level where you're at and or where they need to be is truly remarkable. Yeah, it's truly special. And it's all about like keeping your commitments to another man, right? It's like, we'll talk about my sacred combat experience later, and we'll talk about yours too when we get there. But yeah, so I mean, Convergence was a very special experience. A couple hundred men had a great time, and as I was leaving, I really learned about the traumas that I had through talking to John. And so on the drive home, before I'd even left my first event, I knew I needed to immediately go back to another one of these events because I realized I had not processed anything, and I just started to scratch the surface of what I had been going through as an individual. And yeah. Okay, so continuing on, you know, we spoke about Convergence, and now we're going to get to the first event that I went to where I had an actual process,
which is what was called Maui Prime. And so I remember before I made the decision to go to this, I was supposed to go party with our friends again. I was supposed to go to Art Basel in Miami. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of Art Basel. Basically, like, huge art thing. It's basically just partying 24 hours a day for 7 days in a row. People say they're going to see art. No one goes to see art. They go to see the nightclub 24 hours a day, every day. Like, I remember having a conversation with a friend actually about a week ago. We were having dinner in New York, and she's like, I really wish I went to an art exhibit when I went to Art Basel. And I just, like, laughed so hard. I'm like, it's Art Basel. This is the best art in the world. You guys didn't go to one art exhibit? She's like, we just kept going to the clubs. And I'm like, all right, I have nothing to say to you. But there's that. So Art Basel is essentially a party. And so I'm glad that I did not go to the party, and I went to Maui Prime. So Convergence is the biggest event every year. The Primes are smaller events. It's only about 30 men, and then plus the leaders. It also costs a couple, like 2 times as much, 3 times as much sometimes, but it's so you can have access and you can focus on your healing, and there's a completely different energy with 300 guys to 30 guys. You really get to know all the men in your group, and it's a longer event. It's not just 3 days. It was, I believe, 4 or 5 days, like 4.5 days. And so you get a chance to really get to know everyone in the container, to really dive deep about what's going on with you and what's going on in your soul. And so for that reason, you just get to dive in and really get to process, if you have something to process, what you came there with. So Maui Prime, beautiful location. It was overlooking this place called Haleakua, which was this beautiful resort. Let's see if I have a video here. So first thing, when you get to, like, Maui, we go to this, like, beautiful river here, and just to kind of show you the setting, just absolutely gorgeous. And They had this opening ceremony where they, like, walked us down, and then we, like, did like an opening ceremony. And it's funny, I know we talked about this last time, but it's something that I realized I had a huge insecurity about. A lot of the guys, they're completely comfortable with getting in the water naked, and for me, I know that was, like, a huge edge. But it's a bunch of men, we're all there together, there's no sexuality or anything like that behind it. But I know, like, just from my youth and, like, my experiences, like, I have body shame against myself, and I'm insecure about the way my body looks sometimes. And just being able to even, like, get in the water, like, there was also no pressure to get naked. You didn't have to if you wanted to. But just seeing that some men were comfortable with getting naked in the water, and me, myself, being really uncomfortable with that, just realizing that I had a lot of shame with myself about it. And, you know, little things like this, just, you know, going through all these events and going to all these things, just realizing things about myself and who I am. And so that was, like, just one thing I did realize from that initial part. And so we go through the Maui Prime weekend, and I knew the reason I was there. I started to understand that my trauma, a lot of it dealt with my mother and the intensity that related to how she raised me as an individual. And one specific aspect was how controlling and intense she was with me my entire life. And so what I will say is the way that my mom and I communicated my entire life was we yelled and cussed each other out. That's just how we spoke to each other. We yelled, we screamed, we did not have normal conversations. We were always fighting. I remember I always used to joke that if I didn't fight with my mom today, something was wrong or the world was going to end. This was something I regularly thought on a regular basis. And the way we talked to each other was just loud and screaming. And you guys have known me, and I guess I'll just ask, like, do you guys ever see me scream or yell, like, actually get angry or get pissed off?
I've seen you a couple times.
Couple times?
Yeah, but that was my fault.
There's the context.
It was all me, and it was worth it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. When you stole my vape, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, so
I didn't steal it for the record.
Yeah, that's fair. Blame it on Justin. But in typical life, I don't usually feel like I get that angry. But when it came to communicating with my family, the only way we communicated is we yelled at each other. And it didn't, I'm not saying we don't love each other, but that's just how we spoke to each other, was just a lot of yelling and a lot of anger, and that's just how we talked to each other.
Were you just like yelling, like arguing, or you were just like yelling, just
yelling, arguing? Like when we talked to each other, everything always turned into a fight. It just, there was never like times when I hung out where like everything just turned into an argument and then would lead to a fight, and then there was yelling, and that's just how we spoke most of the time. And so, you know, I think a lot of it came from like resentment to my mom. Like I held resentment against her because I always felt like she was controlling all aspects of my life. She was always telling me what to do. I was never good enough because I never got like the grades or whatever, did the things the way she wanted to. So I always just felt this intensity with my mom. And so we were doing an activity during one of the sessions, and the activity was yelling and like tapping into your anger. And so, you know, there's a difference between like tapping into your violence or tapping into your anger. It's like, as men, we should be able to tap into those parts of us that allow us to protect others, to be strong, to tap into that anger if we want to. I feel that there's no such thing as good emotions and bad emotions. They're just emotions. Anger is an emotion. It's showing you something. You need to feel it. You need to express it, right? Sadness is an emotion. Happiness. All of these things are emotions, and there's no ranking of good or bad. They are just emotions that need to flow through you as an individual. And so for me, I was always taught to never be angry and to never tap into that anger or to never really express myself in that way. And the only times I ever really expressed my anger was with my family when we'd be yelling at each other. And so yelling in this scenario where we were told to tap into our anger was very foreign, and it started having an emotional response. And I immediately started like welling up, and we were supposed to like get in another man's face, like be like growling or like maybe almost like yelling and like making like when you're about to fight someone, basically, like that type of face at them. And for me, that was very emotionally, it just welled up a lot inside of me. And as I was going through that, another guy started having his process, and I'm not going to share his process, but as he's going through his process, I just started like shaking and just feeling like this physical response, and tears started like just coming down my cheeks a bit. And then after like someone has a process, they always go around and they ask, it's like a check-in is what they call it. Check-in, how are you feeling? What's going on? And I wasn't going to say anything. And then one of the leaders, he looks at me and he goes, Joe, how are you feeling? I'm like, honestly, I'm not feeling too good. I started feeling like I was crying and shaking a bit. And he goes, are you still feeling that right now? I'm like, yeah. He's like, you're stepping into the circle. And so he had me step in front of everyone. He goes, what's going on? And I started going into the story. And a lot of times the leaders will tell you, don't go into the story, stick with the emotion. Like, how are you feeling? Like, what's going on? So I kind of like told too much of the story, but I still talked about like my mom, how like she raised me, how she lost all the children that she lost, and how most of my life I felt like she just controlled every aspect of my life. And he goes, all right, well, like, what would you say to, like, he's like, do you want to like maybe speak to your mom? And I'm like, I don't know. And he goes, okay, I want you to look around the group right now, and I want you to choose somebody who has a similar energy to your mother. And so my mom just has a stare. She has a look, you know you're going to die. That's basically like the look you're going to get. And she just like looks at you, and you just got to run for your life. For me, a lot of time that meant she's going to throw whatever inanimate object is nearby her. It's going to fly at my head. I better duck or dodge it, or else I'm going to die. And so I'm going around the room, and I'm looking at all the men, and one guy just had a stare like my mom. And I'm just like, that's it right there. So had him step in to be my mother, and basically, it's a bit embarrassing. I'm there in front of a bunch of men, and I'm not knowing what to say. It's like, it's a lot of pressure I felt, and that I just didn't know how to express myself. And then he goes, all right, like, at this moment, like, what do you want to say to your mom? And I'm just like, I couldn't come to words because I was just like, there's like a billion things coming in my head all at once. I'm just trying to think of like a thought. I'm trying not to look like an idiot in front of all these guys. And then like at the same time, he's like, all right, don't say it. Just express it with a sound. And I just remember just being like, just like getting so angry and like so like mad and so sad, and just like this like eruption of like just emotion for like a minute and a half, just literally just screaming like at the top of my lungs. And like that was just what needed to be expressed at that moment. And it's just like, and then I just kept saying, I remember I just kept saying, like, why? Like, why? Like, why are we fighting all the time? Why are we always yelling at each other? Why can't we just sit like a normal family and have a normal conversation? Why can't we just not hate each other? Why can't we just stop cussing each other out? Like, just, I don't understand. Like, I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of us fighting. I'm so sick of us yelling. I'm so sick of not having a relationship with you. I'm just so sick of how we treat each other, and just like yelling this at the person that's standing in as my mother, and just like expressing all these things. And just I just remember like when I'm going through it, just feeling like fucking exhausted. Like I'm just tired of like not being in a place where I can have a relationship with my mom and where we can talk to each other like normal people. And why does everything have to be a fight? And just why? And after like I got it all out, and I just remember standing there just feeling like defeated and just like exhausted, one of the leaders goes, okay, I now want you to switch places with your mom. And I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, I want you to pretend to be your mother. And then that's when it flipped a switch in my mind, because then he had me step in and I literally just switched places. And then like all the things that I expressed to you guys in the beginning is I never really thought about the depth of what my mom suffered as a human being. All the trauma, all the kids she lost, all the shit that happened, why she was so controlling, why I wasn't allowed to have friends, why I couldn't go out, why I had to be the best. And then it just started all pouring out of my mouth. And I'm just like crying and like understanding. I'm just like, I want you to be the best. I gave up my life for you. I care about you so much. Nothing else in the life matters. I had 6 of your brothers die. You know, like you weren't supposed to live. I wasn't going to let anything hurt you. I want you to be the best because I grew up in the Middle East with nothing. I didn't have shoes on my feet. I wanted you to have all the things. And literally just like, I just never looked at it from my mom's perspective ever in my entire life.
Yeah.
I was just fucking this selfish little kid, and not saying I was selfish, just I was only looking and I only cared about what mattered to me. And so it like almost like shattered my reality when he had me step in as my mom, and he's like, just talk to you. And so I'm talking then to my mom, and then he had me go even deeper, which was like, he then goes, now I want you to be your grandmother talking to your mom. And then it was like him shattering my reality again. And me like realizing, fuck, dude, my grandma had 8 kids, 8 children. How the hell do you manage 8 children without whooping their asses? Yeah. Or like, you know, and my grandma was the sweetest lady. And she was the nicest woman that I ever met. And like, I can only imagine what she had to do to keep all of them in line. And then paying attention to the fact that she lost a couple of her kids too. And like, then speaking from the place of my grandmother. And like, by the time I'd done this, I'm like crying. I'm like not like holding it together very well. And then he goes, all right, now I want you to think, is there another woman or other women in your life that you've treated badly or like acted like this to? And then I go, yeah, my girlfriend. And so he goes, okay, I'm going to have somebody step in to be your girlfriend right now. And he has one of the guys step in to be Beth. And dude, I just like had this just like huge moment of realization where I just realized like I had hated my mom my entire life. Like I hated my mom. And the trickling effect from that was that I hated women. I just like really held resentment against them deep down in my heart. And it was like something deep to my core. And because of that, like I did not love my mom. I didn't fully really have any love for any women. And because of that, my girlfriend suffered the most because I did not fully love her. And just realizing that like I held this resentment. And even when I spoke to my girlfriend, or when she would try to like lecture me, or like not lecture me, just try to tell me something, I just felt like my mom was lecturing me. And so I never even had a full loving relationship with my ex, because I was so broken, and because this is how I felt towards women.
Did you, so earlier you mentioned that you would, you know, right now you said you hate your mom, but you would used to yell at your mom and get into these arguments. Yeah. Was that the same with like your relationships with other women too?
No, with other women, I was very docile because I was too scared of tapping into those emotions.
Mm.
I like hated how I communicated with my family, so I never showed that to anybody. The only people that ever saw that angry, pissed off, mad side of me was my family, and they always got the worst of it. And so I never yelled. I would just become like a little kid. Like I didn't know how to communicate whenever anybody would get emotional or intense with me because I was so like like felt that way. And so after like having this conversation then with the person standing in his Beth, one of the leaders goes, Joe, I want you to go stand on the other side of the room. And he goes, or no, he goes, or before he did that, he goes, so Joe, it sounds like if you wanted to let go of this hatred that you have for women or this feeling that you have for women, you could have a relationship with your mom, with your grandma, with your girlfriend. And I just look at him and it's just like, yeah, it sounds like I'm in the way of myself. And then he goes, okay, I want you to stand on the side of the room. He had me stand on the side of the room. And he put up a sheet. And then he put the 8 biggest boys in our group in between me and who was my mom and my girlfriend at the time. And he goes, Joe, you need to get past these men to get to them. And they're not going to let you just pass. He's like, you need to get through them. And I immediately understood what he was saying. He was like, they're going to tackle me and they're going to fight me.
Yeah.
And so I immediately started going at them. And I'm not talking about like going at them like casually. I'm talking about like full blast, like football tackle. I took one guy to the ground. Another guy started wrestling me. I had to take him to the ground. And then like a couple of the guys were like 6'4", 6'5", like 220. I'm a little dude.
Yeah.
Okay. And like, but these guys were not just letting me go. And they're putting up a fight, and like I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to faint because like I'm literally going like as hard as I can, and they're like pushing me, they're tackling me, I'm like taking them down, and like finally like I get through the last like 2 guys. And I remember just like breaking through them. I actually like almost like fainted, like lost consciousness for a second because I was so out of breath. These are big boys, and they were making me learn a lesson, and they were helping me to learn a lesson, and I broke through them and got through. And then I got through the other side to my mom and my girlfriend, and it just was like me rewriting neural pathways to understand that this resentment that I held towards women and that my mom, and it was me just being in the way of myself. And that a lot of times I feel that your biggest obstacle is yourself to the solutions you're looking for. If you can get past yourself, you can get to the solution. And then just like feeling this huge sense of relief. And, right after that, I stepped outside with the person who was my girlfriend, and we talked for a bit, and I made a commitment to go on my trip that I wanted to go on, which was the Italy trip that I've been wanting to go on for a long time. I told him I would book the flight within 2 weeks, and that was the commitment I made before I went there. And I went through that process. And before I get into like the other process that I had in Maui, I guess, do you guys have any other thoughts or comments about that?
And for anyone listening, when you hear this stuff and hear of like Joe like have to fight through like all these men to go for it, it might sound like strange and like it's just different. When you're actually in that moment and you're in these sacred containers is what they like to call it, and when you're actually feeling that person, like the guy that was interacting as your mom or as Beth in the example, it actually feels like you're talking to that person, and the way that the leaders take you into the space and the mindset you're in, it feels like you're in that exact moment, whatever the fight was or the scenario, and you can actually see the opposite side. And when you're going in that fighting process and you're trying to break through this mental breakthrough, it's all mental, but it feels like you're fighting for your life. It feels like you're about to die if you don't accomplish this. And he literally almost passed out. I had this similar experience. Like, it's hard to fathom if you're not in that situation, but in that moment, in that sacred container, it feels like this is it. If I don't do this, it's over.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah, I can only imagine for a lot of people that are listening, this all probably sounds extremely strange. But what I can tell you is the processes are very deep psychological work. After I broke through all those men, that's my brain basically rewriting those neurons and those neural pathways, saying, it's me saying to myself, I've made a conscious decision to go past this. And I'm going to say that, the experience would have been powerful without me having to fight through all those men. But the thing that like closes the loop, for lack of a better term, is me fighting through all those men and getting to my mom and my girlfriend to show that I've made the decision, that I'm working past this. And so that level of the step is very important in my opinion. And unless you're there, like I said at the beginning of the last podcast, this is very much in-person things that emotionally they feel completely different when you're there. I'm doing the best I can to explain in the words, and I think I'm doing a pretty good job. But these are things that need to be experienced, and you can feel the emotions in person. I'm sharing a lot of this. Probably sharing it a little bit more publicly than I think a lot of the leaders of Sacred Sons might want. But it's my story to share, and I will share it the way that I want. But reliving these moments and going through this is extremely emotional. And I mean, if you're watching the video portion of this, you can see that on my face, but these are not things that I'm sharing with everybody like face to face. And I'm doing this on camera so that I can share it with more people, because reliving each one of these every single time. And I remember too, when James and I recorded this last time and my video team had told me that the sound broke, it broke me as a person for a minute. I like literally couldn't comprehend that after I had emotionally but expressed all this, and that it didn't work out. Like, reliving this is a lot. And for any of the guys that I know that have been through this, when they share their story, it's a lot. You're reliving your traumas that you have let go of, and to go back there is a lot to experience that. Yeah.
I have one more question. Once you were done with the process, did you do any type of work? Did you I know you said you hated your mom for the longest time. Did you feel after this, did you forgive her? Did you feel a relief? Or what did you feel after this towards your mom?
So, I was going to get to it later, but we can get to it now because you asked now. When I went home, I remembered the first night I got back from my trip, I just sat with my mom, and my dad wasn't there for some weird reason, which never happens. And I just remember, for the first time in my life, we didn't fight, we didn't yell, we didn't argue about anything. We just sat, and we just talked about life. I remember asking stories about how she was raised in the Middle East, things that she experienced. And I remember leaving that night not feeling any animosity or anything whatsoever. And it was the strangest thing. I felt like I was in somebody else's house having an out-of-body experience, not living my normal life. But the biggest thing that it showed me was that when it comes to healing relationships with others, I think a lot of people think that the other person has to heal or go through this crazy thing. But the healing comes from within yourself. A lot of times other people are not ready to heal. Or it can be that other people are not ready to heal. But for me, what I've realized going through all this is that I just need to work on myself. My relationships will heal in the natural way that they need to, but it does not require the other person to heal or to go through their own process to have a normal relationship with them.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Yeah, so we were cool. We've been cool since. And what I will say, too, is I tried talking to my mom about this stuff. And I'm going to go back to, I love my mom, nothing against her. She raised me the best she could. She did a great job. I turned out awesome. But I don't think that she's ready to have these conversations. I've had these conversations with my dad. We've talked about this stuff in full detail, and he's fully open to having these conversations. But as for my mom, every time we try to talk about this, we fight. And I remember one of the leaders talking to me about it, and he was saying, don't have this conversation then with somebody who's not ready. And even, for example, too, when I was on a trip with one of my friends, I know he needs Sacred Sons. I know that sounds weird, but I just know he needs Sacred Sons. And every time I try to talk to him, he just deflects. He deflects. He just doesn't want to have the conversations. But I think him and I were raised very similarly, and we had very similar backgrounds, and we have very similar personality traits. And every time he's a bit drunk or we go out, these things come up, and I keep telling him, I think you need this or you could use this, but he doesn't want it. People will heal when they're ready to heal. That's a saying that I keep saying to myself. When they're ready, they'll ask, or they'll get led to where they need to go. Right. Yeah. But everyone's timeline is their own. Yep. Okay, so I had another process when I was in Maui, good old Maui, and throughout the week, like, just so you guys know, we're not just sitting there crying and screaming the whole time. Like, we do things like we like cook like dinner together, right? Like
What is that?
I'll give you the details in a second.
Oh.
So this is a traditional. Okay, so this is a traditional Hawaiian meal where we wrapped in banana leaves different types of meats, and then they slow cooked it. And it's the same thing, like it goes back to re-indigenization. We used to cook together, we used to do ceremony together, you prayed over the food. And I'm not saying when we prayed over the food like we prayed over a specific religion. You pray however you want to pray. And if you don't have God, don't pray. It's not like that. It's just like when I say prayer, we're just giving love and energy to the food, and we're spending time together. And so we had a meal, we made the food together, we cooked it together, and like that's one of the things that we did. Another thing we did was a sweat lodge. We'll talk about the sweat lodge later. And then another thing that we did is we went to a waterfall. Oh no, this is something completely different. I apologize. Scratch that. We went to, I'm not going to show that video. Scratch that video. We climbed down to like a waterfall, and we all went swimming in the bottom of a waterfall together. Like we spend time together just hanging out, being kids, laughing, joking. And so then it got to Sacred Combat Day. So on Sacred Combat Day, there is where people get called in as champions, but when you're in a prime event, everybody fights, not just a couple people. So they also, during the middle of like the fights, they'll ask if somebody has a problem with another person and wants to fight another person. So
Did everybody have a problem with you, Joe?
I got called out.
One person or how many?
About that. And like even so too, like we played like a game the night before the fighting where I in typical Joe fashion tried to, I don't know, I'm not going to use the word manipulate, but I tried to do some things that would allow my team to take an advantage. And this is just like an example of like, okay, so let's go back to the fighting. So we're at the fighting and one of the gentlemen calls me out and he says, I want to call out Joe. He's been super controlling with me. He keeps telling me what to do. He keeps acting this way. He like came up and he like rubbed my head and like was messing with me. And all the things that he described were all things that I thought I did like out of love, like just like caring, trying to help him, trying to help the people around me. And so he starts calling me out on all this stuff. And of course, I'm now in front of all the guys. I'm getting really embarrassed. And I'm like, this is not cool. And then out of nowhere, one of the leaders goes, who else here has felt that Joe has been controlling this weekend? And one guy at a time starts going, Joe did this. Joe did that. Joe did this. When we were playing the game, Joe was acting like this. When we were doing that, Joe was doing this. And so I'm heated. I'm in the middle of the ring. I got boxing gloves on. I am not in a happy position. And I'm just feel like I'm getting called out by everybody and everyone's ratting me out or calling me out on a bunch of different shit. And I'm just like, what the hell's going on? And so next thing I know, I'm sitting there in front of everybody and they're all calling me out one at a time and I'm getting heated. And then I just like snap and I'm just like, you know what? I fucking am controlling. I like to control everyone around me. I like to make sure people are not in my space. I don't like when people say things I don't like. I don't like when people act the way I don't like. I don't like when people do this around me. I am always in control of my situation and what's going on in my space. And then that was like me having an epiphany moment, like, holy fuck. All right, well, didn't expect me to say that. But after getting called out enough times, I kind of admitted it to myself. And then everybody just kind of shut the fuck up. And they're like, all right, let him fight. So then we went in there, and I'm heated at this point, and I'm a decent fighter. I kept knocking this guy quite a few times, and he hit me a couple times. But I realized during the fight I was actually trying to hurt him, and I did a couple times, and they ended up having to like stop the fight because I was getting a bit aggressive towards the end, and we ended the fight, and I don't think I really learned a lesson from the fight. I was just too heated and I couldn't hear anything and I was too frustrated with everybody. And after the fight, they asked him how he's feeling. And what I take from what he said is that we're cool. We squashed it. Joe expressed this and he said that, and I can see where he's coming from. And it came down, and then I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, cool. And then I just like didn't really have much to say because I didn't really think I processed it. I just felt like I was embarrassed and got called out in front of everybody. And then the next guy who had a process, I'm watching him have his process, and his trauma is similar to my trauma. He's very controlling, and I realize I'm very controlling. And so watching his process where he wouldn't let go of control and everybody started calling out him on different things, for some reason, something in my brain just like cracked open. And I'm sitting there and I just started seeing all of these different times and events throughout my entire life where I was super controlling with like everybody in my life, whether it was like one of our close friends or like John, or just like what I've learned is like controlling is an aggressive word. I just don't have a problem stepping into my power is a good way of saying it. And I know that I have stepped into my power and crushed other people before in my life because my energy and my personality is so strong that I basically overshadow or shut other people out, and I don't let them express themselves because my personality has decided that it's going to step into the light and shine and be more aggressive than somebody else's personality. And so I just started realizing by watching this guy go through his process, all these times in my life where I might have cut somebody off, where I didn't let them be themselves, where I might have like basically just overpowered them with what I'm saying or how I'm acting. And it was almost like, you know, when you die, or when the people say you watch your whole life like flash before your eyes, and I'm just watching them like, I'm watching this gentleman go through his process, and I'm like watching my whole life like flash before my eyes of all the times I've like shut out other people and just literally controlled them and never let them express themselves. And as I'm going through this, I start like shaking, going through my thing, going through like an emotional response. And out of all the people that like noticed me was the guy that I just got in a fight with. He just comes over to me and he's like, "Are you okay?" And I like started walking out of the room because I didn't want to be in front of everybody because I like started having like a severe emotional response. And I'm like, "Not really." And he takes me outside, and I just immediately like just start like realizing how I'd like overshadowed and shut down so many people in my entire life. And then one of the leaders like just like comes out and he just like sits down and he starts talking to me, and like I'm crying at this point. He's like, "Joe, like, don't you understand? Like, you became like your mom." And he just like literally just like that kind of like shattered my reality for a second, where it's like the one thing I hated the most about how I was treated was how controlling my mother was to me and the way she had treated me my whole life. And it was just this realization of I became my trauma. I'm controlling. I control everyone around me, and I do it from a place of love, just like my mother was. And it was just this realization of just like I'd shut down my family, my friends, everybody I loved, because I thought I was doing what was best for them, but really I was just controlling them. And I just like remember sobbing like a little kid for the first time since like my grandma died, which was like many years before, like when I was in high school. And I just like, it kind of just like shattered my reality in the sense that I now understood like what I had done to so many people. And it was also heartbreaking because I realized I didn't give people an opportunity to express themselves or to be themselves because I had literally shut them down. And that was a more powerful process than even the first one I had there, because it was just like this earth-shattering realization. And I started like researching even after that, like how most people a lot of times become their traumas, right? Like people that get molested, they go on and molest others. People that have drunk parents, a lot of times they become drunkards and they become those drunk parents too. And it was just this realization that I had become the thing that I literally was most resentful for. And I had, you know, almost like hated my mom because of it when I had no reason to. And I'd become what I despise the most.
Yeah. Wow. That's crazy that even happened that way. I mean, looking back at it, but I remember situations, you know, with us friends, you know, where you were acting like that too. Yeah. Actually a lot of situations. And, I think we've called you out a couple of times on that, Joe. Yeah.
As you should.
Yeah. that's interesting that it had that effect on you, but you didn't realize that you were turning into your mom. And I guess it's kind of like you just kind of do it probably like unsubconsciously, like I was doing, like acting like my dad. And it's probably because that's how you grew up and that's what you were taught, and it just is kind of a response you get, and you don't catch it until it hits you in your face, huh?
Yeah, I literally had to get punched in the face. A lot of people don't realize the best medicine is getting punched in the face.
Yeah.
And that's something I've learned the hard way a couple times now, is you literally got to get your screws knocked loose so you can see things from a different perspective. And it took me getting called out in front of a bunch of men, being embarrassed and like being put in a place of vulnerability and literally fighting it, because after the fight, you're just emotionally exhausted. So all your barriers and your walls that you have up on a regular basis, they're just down because you're tired. I wasn't fighting. We didn't make any rules before I got in that ring with that guy. I said, I'm going to fight you 100% right now. And he agreed to do the same thing. So I was going after him and he was going after me. And yeah, man, it was a really good realization. And so now I make sure when I do anything, am I crushing somebody? Am I pushing somebody else down? Am I overpowering someone? And don't get me wrong, I still step into my power. If I truly believe it's what's best for everyone, and I believe that from my core, I will step into my power and I will control the situation. But I don't do it in the same selfish ways as before, where I wasn't taking other people's emotions and feelings into consideration, and that I always thought I knew it was best. So it's like, at the same time, yes, it was a trauma and it could be bad, the way I step into my power. But I also think, too, I find myself to be one of the most confident and like self-sufficient people when it comes to leading a group, because I have no problem stepping into my power.
Yeah.
And it's like, a lot of times your traumas do turn into your greatest strengths, right? Like, I wasn't allowed to have friends. I think I'm like one of the most social people on the planet, right?
Yeah.
I was super controlled, and yes, I do control others sometimes too much, but I also am really good at putting people in positions and getting whatever needs to be done by leading. So it's like, your traumas can be a strength. They can be a weakness. It's all how you frame it and how you use it. And the way I'd been using it most of my life is, it was good sometimes, but it was bad a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could probably get a bunch of people not to go to a techno show.
Dude, I literally, I'm going to tell you right now, I've used my power a lot of times to convince everyone to not go to the techno show.
Yeah.
So you are not wrong.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you this, positive experience is that I know we would always be able to get food at like 3 or 4 a.m. with you. He's like, we got to go eat. And I'm like, we don't want to eat. Actually, that was a really great idea, Joe. Yeah, we're eating.
So sometimes the ideas worked out, but other times I'm like, oh, fuck Joe Nas.
Yeah. There's been a couple times in my life I can remember specifically, fuck Joe Nas. So I agree with that. Should be a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's other times where somebody needs to just take the lead,
Yeah.
It's like
not bad at all.
No, it's like sometimes when we're like at a music festival, or like, that's like a base example. It's like, I will always follow the person that knows where they want to go. Right.
Yeah.
If someone's like, I'm the most excited, I want to go see this person, great, I'm going with that person. That sounds exciting. Otherwise, you're all just sitting there confused a lot of times, like, what do we do, where do we go, what's happening,
who do you want to see?
No, it's like, we're going here, we're doing this, we're meeting back left, this is it. And it's just part of life, right? And I really now look back and I'm really proud of the fact that I have no problem stepping into my power, but I'm really also ashamed of the way I did shut other people down, because I feel that I do have a lot of friends that don't have strong personalities.
Yeah.
And I have closed them out many times when they might have had something valuable to add or something to say, and I just completely said no. Yeah. So that's Hawaii, in a nutshell. And yeah, do you have any thoughts or comments on that before we move on to the next part?
I still find it like very fascinating that the one thing that you despised or hated the most, you turned into, like, that's just crazy, because you weren't trying to, and it just happened.
It just happens.
Yeah.
I mean, it's So what I would say is it didn't just happen. That's wrong. I think that it's because, okay, so you can look at it a couple ways. The way I look at it as you were taught that, right? That's how I was taught.
Yeah.
Was this is how you're supposed to be. Same thing like you're taught it's okay to be a drunk parent, or you're taught it's okay to molest, or you're taught it's okay to yell. You're taught all these things, even though they're called traumas, it's also teachings.
Yeah.
Right? Like this is what you are now trained. This is how your computer program is programmed. Someone did this to you your whole life. The person that is closest to you, your mom, your dad, you what I feel is that I learned this is the way to be. And so you then take that and it becomes part of who you are.
Yeah.
And so it's not too crazy to understand that you do become what you learn,
Yes.
even though it's fucked up. Well, matter of perspective.
Yep.
What I believe is fucked up. And at the same time, matter of perspective, now that I'm older and I understand how my mom was raised and the things she went through, it wasn't that fucked up for her. It was what she was taught and what she learned. And I definitely deserved my ass whoopings, and I earned them
You
many
definitely
times.
did.
Yeah. Like, and at the same time, right? Like,
If you weren't being a little shit, you wouldn't have gotten whooped all those times, right?
100%. I cannot disagree with you. So yeah. And then at the end of that event, the last two things I want to comment about is I did get convinced, I'm going to say convinced because I was definitely convinced, to join leadership training with Sacred Sons. So that's how I ended up going to another event, which leadership training, you essentially learn how to hold space and potentially facilitate, if you need to, men that are going through a emotional traumatic response. And so I took that course. And then they also invited me to be part of a group of called the 33, which is what they're calling a Master Heart Now, where essentially it was just a lot of the most successful businessmen within Sacred 33 that could afford to do 3 prime type events every year, and then the Convergence was also part of it too. And so they asked me to join that, and my intuition said to join that, and I'm glad that I did. I got a lot of lessons out of it. But from there, I basically spent a little bit more time in Maui, and the thing I want to share about Maui before we end this is, if any of you ever heard the Road to Hana, the Road to Hana is essentially a road that goes around the entire island. It's one of the most beautiful, just drives you can ever take in your entire life. And John recommended I do it by myself, and I'm so happy that I didn't take a friend with me. And I stopped at every trail, and I stopped at every place, and you see waterfalls, you see beaches, you see little towns, and you just take your time, and your phone doesn't really work, and you just spend some time with you, yourself, and I. And what I showed you a video of earlier was this waterfall video. Like, was one of the waterfalls, just super beautiful. Me just whistling along. And this was one of the waterfalls, and you can just climb down to them. I went swimming at every waterfall, just got in the water, and cool. It was cool. And then, like, this is just, like, what the road looked like on the road to Hana. I don't know what I was listening to, but yeah, and it's just
Probably
like
techno.
Definitely not techno. Tech, absolutely not. And yeah, this is just beautiful road. It's like windy road on the sides of the mountains, which was super cool. And then, like, this was like a beautiful tree that was at a this was like a ecological resort, which is basically different types of plants. And this is, if you look down below with the drone, I have some drone shots. It's where Jurassic Park was shot.
Yeah, I was gonna say this looks like
Prehistoric.
yeah.
Dude, look at this tree.
That tree is amazing.
This thing is straight from Avatar. It's ready to take off.
Tree of life.
Dude.
What kind of tree is that, Joe?
I don't know. Sick.
Joe, you
That's
know
a sick
everything. What is that tree?
It's funny you say this. It's in my photos. I remember taking a photo of the sign because I was like, I want to remember what type of tree this is. But this tree is fly. Yeah. Really cool. And so, yeah, this road to Hana, you just get waterfalls, different beaches. It was really beautiful. I could say, actually, I can show you one sec. I do have some videos real quick that I can show you real fast. perfect.
Yeah, Hawaii's
So this
beautiful.
was like the hotel. Like I stayed on the beach, which was really nice. I made it a point during my whole trip to like stay on always places I could see the ocean if possible. And so this was like my condo that was like along the beach, which was super cool. That's me right there. And then this was Haleakua. Was this Haleakua? This was like the waterfall that was below Haleakua, which was super cool.
Did you stay by the ocean?
I like I said, I made it a point to stay by the ocean, but this was the place. This was when we were. Oh no, actually, this is the road to Hana. I completely apologize. This was just one of the rivers on the road to Hana, and I was just getting some drone footage of that. And this was the resort that we stayed at. This was just like another part of the road to Hana Drive. Like it was just absolutely beautiful, just scenery, which was super cool.
What time of year did you go out?
This was May? No, December. What am I talking about? It was
December?
right after Convergence. Yeah.
Oh.
It was a month after.
How was the weather out there in December?
It was perfect.
Yeah.
Literally perfect. It actually rained a bunch, but other than the rain, it was perfect. And then I'll just show you this one, which was cool. This was a sunset that I caught one night, which was super rad. Let's go on to the next part here, which would be I decided to join leadership training, and then would be the leadership conference. And when did you go to your event?
Mine was. What's that? I think it was around my February of this year.
February.
Somewhere around that time.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so we're going to end an episode here. That'll be Maui Prime. And now we are moving on to leadership training. Leadership training is essentially a Sacred Sons program that you can take that helps you if you're looking to hold space for other men. They have a video program, and I feel like I'm just giving infomercials for Sacred Sons, which I'm not at all whatsoever. I just really appreciate this organization, and I'm trying to express what I went through. And I got heavily involved with their stuff, and I don't get any benefit from anybody attending their events. I just really appreciate what I received energetically and emotionally from these events. And I guess the biggest thing that I just received is what I've talked on previous podcasts about is just the definition of presence, right? When you're with somebody else, you feel that they're the most important person on the planet. And at every event that I've been to with the Sacred Sons guys, every guy I talked to would talk to me like I was the most important person. They would just give me their full presence, and they'd really pay attention to what I was saying, and they'd genuinely care about what I was saying, and it was really nice to receive that. So I'm hoping by sharing this with the world that I can give you the presence of my story, and that if you resonate with this and you're looking for some sort of presence, maybe you attend one of the events, or if you need someone to reach out and speak to, you're more than welcome to reach out to me, but that you find the support that you need through other men. And I can't speak for what women need. I'm not a woman, and I don't plan on ever identifying as one. And what I'll say is, if you are looking for that type of support, try to find groups that can provide you with that type of support. I know they have a group for women. I just don't know any females in my life that have attended their event, so I can't speak for what that event is like. Okay. Long-winded sideways tangent. Back on track now. We're at leadership training. Leadership training was in beautiful Oracle, Arizona, and it was absolutely gorgeous. And
Arizona's really nice depending on what time of year it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this was in the beginning of the year.
It was January.
It
was a bit cold.
Was it? Yeah, I was gonna say I've been to Arizona when it's like negative degrees.
Yeah, Oracle's like out in the desert, so it was deep in the desert. But it was beautiful sunrises, just beautiful mountains that we got a chance to experience. Here's like a video of the sunrise, just so you can see. We'll just watch this for a second.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And what you're seeing here is essentially my videotaping skills were way too fast. But what you're seeing is basically something that a lot of the men do at these events, where they will gather for sunrise just to greet the sun. And Kale, who's one of the leaders of the group, he teaches these songs, these Hawaiian songs. And for me, I know, like, I was always made fun of a lot when I was younger to sing and not to sing. I'd always be like, you ever hear when people are like, oh, who sings that song? Let's keep it that way. Yeah, I was one of those types of kids. And so because of that, I never participated in singing, and I always felt ashamed of it. And so we gather many mornings of the Sacred Sons events, and we will sing a Hawaiian song that was taught to us by Kale. And the song, it talks about the rising of the sun and how the sun is coming over the precipice, it's coming over the peak, and as it's coming over, be aware of the new beautiful day that's coming through. And Hawaiian language is not an exact translation language, meaning that it can have many different meanings. Just like I know this because I speak Arabic. Arabic, one word can have multiple meanings, right? Like, for example, habibti is like how you'd say my girlfriend, but it also can just mean a girl that I deeply care for, or it can mean my love, or it can mean somebody that's a close friend of mine that's a female, right? And like our words have different meanings, and so the Hawaiian language can have different meanings. And like the song that he taught us it's called Eala, and the song goes, Eala e kalahi kahikina o kamawana ho hono pi kaleva nu I kahikina eyakala Eala e. And so we all sing it together. And what I'll say is, yeah, thanks. Starting an album next week.
Who sings that?
Jonas.
Yeah.
And
in like Filipino culture, singing is part of the culture.
Yeah.
You have to do karaoke every weekend.
Yeah. But dude, I mean, there's like multiple levels to how, when I remember the first time I remembered hearing the Hawaiian guys sing a song together, it just made me feel at home. I don't know, that's the best way I can describe it. It made me feel safe, it made me feel comfortable.
It's beautiful.
It made me feel good. And it's just like when in my frat, for example, we had songs that we all sang together. All the frat bros sang together. And when you sing that song, it's like this level of camaraderie, and you're singing songs. And like, especially because this song is like, it has a deep meaning. It means something good, and it feels good, right? And so that feeling can resonate. And two, just also being able to express yourself, even if you might not have a voice that should be on American Idol. If you're just having the opportunity to sing because it feels good to sing. And they show studies that when you sing, it activates your vagus nerve, and it makes you feel good, and it releases endorphins. And so I've regained that expression of myself, and I find myself even singing songs in the car now where I was embarrassed even when I'm by myself because of traumas that I might have suffered as a child where I got made fun of. And it just feels good to sing and to express yourself. And so this is an example of like every morning we'd get together, whoever was awake. You're not required to by any means, but at least like 20-30 guys would get up out of 60, and they would greet the sun, and they would sing the sunrise song.
Yeah.
It was cool.
Yeah, you have to sing, man, even if it's in the shower. I feel like it's like a stress relief too, especially if your jam comes on and you're just like cruising in your car. It's like you don't care. You're just like, yeah. And then you look over, you're like, yeah. Yeah.
Cut my life into pieces. This is my
I mean,
last
I went through the whole emo phase in like, in middle school, and man, we used to just like sing our hearts out, and scream and stuff, and it was fun. Yeah. But I was looking at your sunrise pictures and or your video here, and I recently took little Killian out on top of Runyon. We did like an early morning hike. I did it 2 days in a row, and it was just like so nice to be outside. Nobody's really up in LA yet, and it was on the weekend, and just watching the sunrise was just like amazing. Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah, there's a very special energy about greeting the sun. I've greeted more sunrises, I think, with the Sacred Sons guys than I've greeted on my own in the last decade. And you're like you said, there's a stillness.
Yeah, it's amazing, and it too, like, you have to hike up to the top, so it's like, you know, you're accomplishing something early in the morning, and then you get to the top and you can relax for a minute and watch the sunrise. And this time of year is like amazing for sunrises and for sunsets. Like the sky turns purple and orange. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's beautiful.
Very
So,
cool.
how long was? I mean, I feel like this is like probably like going to be a couple of days or 3 days, like out in the desert.
Yeah, so most of these events are a couple days. You're looking at least, I want to say, 3 days. Then you add the half day when you get there and the half day when you leave. So a lot of them are like that. And this event was all leadership trainees. So this was all people that had all been to Sacred Sons events already. I didn't even know that I still had any processes to have. I thought, okay, cool, I'm all better. I'm going to be fine. It's going to be all right. And then I get there and, you know, emotions just start welling up as you watch other people going through their stuff. And for me particularly, you know, it's a bunch of the leaders, right? So everybody's gone through the training. There's a lot more support and a lot of people trying to grow. And there was one activity that we did, and that was led by, in my group, there just happened to be a psychologist, child psychologist. And he led an activity which was just going back to your youth and going back to your childhood. And for me, I don't know what it is. I just can't remember most of my childhood. And I don't know if it's a traumatic response of just like fight or flight, shutting it out. You know, you just shut out bad experiences. And I know I had a beautiful youth. I know my parents gave me everything. I was spoiled. I had all this stuff. But I think I was in trouble more than not because I was always pissing my mom off because of one reason or another. And so for that reason, my brain has shut out a lot of my youth. And specifically, when I go back to my youth, there was one memory in particular which always came to mind. And so for me, whenever I was in trouble, I would run to the bathroom and I would hide in the bathroom because that was the only place in the house that I could like keep the door shut. Because that was the only place I could get leverage to like hold the door shut. I would put my feet against the tub and then push the door shut with my back. And that's how I protected myself. And so, like I've told you in previous podcasts, you know, I wasn't really allowed to get bad grades. It just wasn't allowed. You just don't do it. And I forget, I remember specifically I was in second grade, and I remember I had to read this book for a project, and my mom made me a costume. The costume was a fox, and she made me this whole thing from scratch. She took all this time to make it. I literally was this fox. It was adorable.
You clever fox.
Yeah, a little sly fox. Yeah. I was adorable. I remember wearing this thing to school, but I remember my mom pissed me off. I just remember feeling really angry at her, mad at her for some reason, like not happy whatsoever. And basically, I remember saying to myself, feeling all smug, I'm going to fail my test on purpose. Horrible idea. I remember being in front of my entire class in second grade, and the teacher asking me questions about the book. And she knew I read the book because she talks to my mom like every day when my mom like, you know, sees her. And I remember failing this test or the questions that she asked me in front of the whole class. And I remember her specifically being like, are you sure you don't know the answers? Are you positive? And I remember this was probably the only time in my life I've ever feigned being dumb, because I don't like the feeling of being dumb.
Yeah.
You know, dumb has to be a choice of like, not a choice. It's just like I was dumb because I didn't know, but like I literally remembered pretending to be dumb. And I was like, oh no, yeah, I don't know the answer. And so I failed. And she gave me a C. I don't know why she gave me a C. She should give me an F. I literally answered none of the questions and pretended to know none of the questions. And I remember getting home and my mom asking me, well, how'd you do? How did you do on the thing? And I remember just being like all smug because I was angry at her. I just remember being like, I got a C. And my mom was like, what do you mean you got a C? I'm like, I got a C. And like I kept saying it like almost like prideful, you know?
Yeah.
And
C plus.
Long story short, mistakes were made. And I started getting my ass whooping, and my mom was chasing me around the house. And I remember running to that bathroom so fast, and she had already like given me a couple whoopings, and I get in that bathroom, and I just remember like sitting there and pushing my feet up against that toilet. And so like when we were doing this meditation, that's like a lot of times when I do childhood meditations, that's where I went back to for the longest time. That's like where I went, just straight to that bathroom, me being that little kid, legs pushed up against the tub, toilet here to my left, door behind me, pushing as hard as I can, and just the loud banging, my mom screaming and yelling in Arabic, because when I was in trouble, it was never in English, it was always in Arabic, and just literally hearing her banging on that door. And this time, she was pissed, and she took a metal bat to the door, and she was breaking down the door.
Oh my God.
And yeah, she ended up getting in through the door, and I got my ass whooping.
When she would yell in Arabic, would she call you Yusuf?
100%. 100%.
Yusuf!
Yusuf. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot with that too, right? Like, why is my name Joseph, right? And all I can say is it's a separate conversation entirely. We're going to stay on topic here. We'll talk about that later. But yeah, when I'm in trouble, my mom calls me Yusuf. And because that's my real name is Yusuf. And yeah, she was coming to kill me. and I earned my death this time on purpose by failing on purpose. And
What did she do when she like broke through the door?
we're not going to get into details. But I was in trouble is all you need to know. And I'll just never forget the fear that I had in there. And I remember hiding in there for hours as she was like yelling and screaming, and like it was like almost as if I had hurt her. And like the way Arabs insult you is they say like they curse themselves. Like she was cursing her heart, she was cursing her mind, she was cursing God. And like it's like almost like Arab parents use reverse psychology to like make you feel bad, where she's like, I'm the worst mother ever, how did I raise you, why did I raise you like this, why would you do this, what is wrong with me, your dad is horrible, your mom is horrible, your grandma, like literally that's like when she's like yelling to like break the door. Like this is how they like insult themselves, is they insult themselves because they're saying, I raised you badly, I did a horrible job as a mother, how could this ever happen? And so they're yelling this at you. So that's like a bit traumatizing on top of all of it, because they're making you feel bad for how they raised you. And so we're doing this meditation, and as I'm doing this meditation, like just immediately like I start shaking like a little kid, and just like tears just start like running down my eyes, and like I'm not having a good time of holding it together. And, you know, everyone's silent at this point except for me. I'm like whimpering in the corner. And the leader, the psychologist, he has me like, he goes, would you be okay with stepping in front of everybody? I'm like, I don't really want to. And he's all like, are you sure? And I'm like, this is really embarrassing for me. And he's like, okay, if you're willing to, we'll all be here with you and we'll support you through it. And I'm like, okay. So then they all sit around me. And, you know, I mean, like, I'm a grown man. Nobody likes to cry in front of other grown men. It's just like, it's a lot. So he's like, I want you to just close your eyes and where are you? What's going on? And, you know, like I've said in previous podcasts, I love my mom. She was so badly hurt because she wants me to have the best. And because I consciously decided to fail, she couldn't comprehend that. And she thought by spanking me, it was going to make me learn that I should not fail, because she wanted me to have the best, because she gave up her life so I could have the best. So with that context, we go back into the bathroom, and, you know, at this point, I'm just like crying in front of everybody, and I tell them what's going on and what I did and how I failed my mom. And basically what he asks is like, okay, what do you want to do right now? And I'm like, we got to get little Joe out of there. And so everyone goes, okay, we'll agree to go get little Joe out of there. So we take him, and he goes, where do you want to take little Joe? And so we take little Joe to my cousin's house where we played Super Smash Brothers, because when we were around other people, my mom wouldn't hit me or spank me, or I wouldn't be in trouble because I don't know the reasons why. I just know when others were around, she wouldn't act that way.
Yeah, it was just be a wait till we get home.
Yeah, wait till we get home.
She'd just give you the look.
Yeah, just give you the look, like you're gonna die later.
Yeah.
To be continued.
Yeah, and so, you know, my cousins were my only friends at that time, and I wanted to go take him there where he was safe. And so we sat, played Super Smash Brothers, and we talked for a minute, and I talked to him, and then he's like, okay, what do you want to do now? And it's like, do you want to go back to the bathroom and confront your mom? I was like, okay. And so, you know, we went back to the bathroom, and same thing as one of my first processes, he goes, who here has an energy like your mom? And one of the guys from Maui was in this group also, and he just like, we almost like smirked at each other for a second. And I was like, this is deja vu. I'm literally reliving the same thing, but it was completely different because it was like, it was a different trauma that had a different effect on me. And what it was is like, he goes, okay, I'm going to have somebody step in as your mother. So he had somebody step in my mother, but it was different this time. He had everybody get in front of me. I had to wrestle through them. This time it wasn't as aggressive. I remember that. These guys, there were some big boys in Maui. This one, like, it was like they let me through a little bit easier. They got through, and it wasn't supposed to be as like physical of an response because he wanted me to confront my mother. And I confront her, and this time when I confront her, he had me say to her, Mom, I am my own man now, and I make my own decisions. And I had to repeat it over and over again. And then at the end of it all, he then goes, now I want you to add, and I want you to tell her that you don't care what she thinks at all anymore. And that was very difficult for me to say, because my whole life, I literally have done everything in my life concerned about what my parents think and say, and that's how I've made all the decisions in my life. And just to say that out loud was very, very difficult for me. I was like trembling. And so it was like confronting her and just looking her in the eyes and being like, Mom, I am my own man, and I make my own decisions now, and I do not care what you think. And it was this whole just like cascading, like same thing, like visions in my mind, just realizing there's so many times in my life I never did what I wanted to do because I was too concerned about what my parents thought. Part of the reason I never went on this trip to Italy before was because I was too scared of what my parents would think. I was just always so scared of what they would think and what they wanted, and I never made decisions like based off of what my emotions were. Like, why don't I ever yell? Why don't I ever express myself? Because I'm too worried about what my parents think. Because I'd had it ingrained in my mind that if I act badly or I act against my parents, I'd be in trouble. And that little scared kid took over, and I didn't make decisions for myself. And so, yeah, basically went through that process and was able to realize that I'd been making decisions about my life based on what my parents think and what they wanted for my life instead of what I wanted for my life. Yeah. And I confronted her, and I let that go. And that was the first process at the leadership training. Yeah.
Do you still think about things like when you do? Does that like come back to your mind? Like
About my parents?
Yeah.
No. It's dude. It's so fucking weird. It had a grip on my entire life. I couldn't make decisions based on what I wanted.
That's crazy. So, like, let's say you were gonna go do something. That's the first thing that popped in your head was like,
Are
"Oh,
my
what is
parents
my?"
gonna get mad at me?
That's crazy.
It's like literally was like part of my core programming. Because I'd just piss them off. In my mind, as a child, I'd piss them off that much that it was literally part of my fight or flight response. So, yeah, I literally made most decisions in my life based on what my parents think and what they wanted. And it was disheartening. It was sad. And it's just crazy to show you again that it's like you have to make the decision to go past it.
Yeah.
No one can do it for you but yourself.
Did it like stress you out a lot, making decisions like that?
All the time. Imagine you're never making decisions for yourself. You're just always trying to think of what other people want. This is part of the reason that I always was speaking from a place that wasn't my heart. It's because I was always just speaking from what do my parents think what do I think my parents want me to say? How do they want me to act? What do they want me to do? Imagine how exhausting that is.
That sounds very exhausting.
My entire life, I didn't care what I thought. I always had to create a speech, think of what other people want, think about what other people are thinking, and never just do what I felt was right.
Yeah, because I've never lived my life like that. But now that I'm married and I have a kid, like I do think about certain things like what are the consequences of my actions if I do this. Is this the best decision for my family?
Yeah.
But I've never like had that weight over my shoulders, like someone's watching me and they're gonna approve or disapprove, and that's wow, man. I would be very stressed out.
It was, dude. It was like living in a constant state of stress. And I read a book recently called How to Do the Work by Nicole LaPerla. If anyone wants to learn about trauma, read this book. It changed my life. And it taught me, like, when you don't take time to process this stuff, your body is essentially living in a state of fight or flight its entire existence, and that affects your vagus nerve. And so the vagus nerve affects pretty much most of the physical reactions in your body. And so if you're constantly in fight or flight, a basic thing is like you're always inflamed. You can't heal. You're always sick. You might pass out. Like, not but I know from what I've read is that there's so many physical ramifications like cancer, diseases that come from you not processing trauma or these emotional moments in your life that cause you to have severe emotional physical responses, because the body stores emotional responses physically. And so when you
say
don't,
that again?
okay. When you have an emotional event happen to you, if you don't process it, so let's say you yelled at me right now. That's an influx of energy to my body. If I don't properly channel that, whatever that might be, maybe I need to yell, maybe I need to cry, maybe I need to go to the gym, maybe I need to do something, maybe I need to talk, whatever it is, if that energy doesn't move, it stores within you. Do you ever for me, there were a lot of times in my life where I just wanted to yell and scream. Just scream at the top of my lungs because I was so frustrated or so mad or so angry. And instead I didn't. And I would literally feel my body shaking, and I would literally feel physically sick to my stomach. That is your body, in my opinion, storing physical trauma within you. And so most of my life, me ignoring my thoughts, me ignoring yelling, me ignoring crying, me ignoring how I felt, was me storing physical trauma within myself. And so I was making myself physically and mentally ill.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever felt like that.
That's amazing.
Where I just felt, I think I felt like ill to my stomach of like something that I did to like someone, and I just immediately regretted it. But like, do you hold that? Like,
I just held it.
yeah.
I just held all of it.
Yeah, I've had similar experience that weird when I Sacred Sons, they always reflect it. They use the word like your inner boys like screaming out. They always like to, but I've had the similar things where it's like all you want to do is scream at the top of your lungs, and then you hold it in. And like they've done, like you said, they've done studies on this. Like when we were first created, fight or flight used to be a real thing. We had to run away from a predator. They had to spike all the hormones and stuff like that in order to escape. But now, like present day technology, even like certain text messages, all these little tiny stressors constantly just like flip that switch. Like you said, if you don't process it, it's just intoxicating.
Yeah, it's intoxicating. It's literally, from what I've read and from what I understand, it becomes a physical response. And so your mental health, it translates from top to bottom. It's just not, it's not just emotional. It's emotional and physical. It has a direct correlation. And so if you're not processing things and you're just leaving it be within your body, it will make you physically ill.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, and that was the first process there. And then the second process that I had there was we had Sacred Combat again. And so this time I was chosen to be one of the champions. So I went in there, and I was boxing a guy, again, who didn't really know how to fight very well. And so we're in the middle of the boxing, and, there's 60, 70 guys around you. They're all cheering. They're banging on drums. It's exciting. Yeah. You want to look cool. You want to look awesome. You want to do a good job fighting in front of them. And so him and I made a commitment to go 80%, and that I was going to keep that word and I wasn't going to go above that. But every time he needed a breather, every time I'd get a couple of knocks in, I felt myself getting a couple extra when I should have backed off because it was more than 80%, because I wanted to look cool and I was feeling all charged up from everybody cheering and all that kind of stuff. And essentially the last round, as the clock is like going out, he like put his arm up to like stop, but I still kept punching him a bit more because I thought I was looking cool in front of everyone. And so essentially, and I had blooded him up a little bit at this point, and so I thought I looked cool in front of everyone. I didn't look cool. And essentially, I did break my commitments. And at this point, everyone's like cheering and like yelling. And then one of the guys yells, he needs to fight somebody who knows how to fight. And then everybody starts cheering and yelling even more. And I'm like, okay, well, shit, all right. I'm not saying anything at this point. They're all like just kind of like talking. And then one of the guys, he like literally jumps in to fight. And he was a bigger dude than me. He's like 20, 30 pounds heavier than me. And I'm like not really saying anything at this point. He takes off his shirt. He comes in the rings. They put like gloves on him. Everybody's like cheering for us to like fight. And then I sit there and I just realized like this is being forced upon me. And I did not want that. I realized this has to be my own decision if I'm going to do this. Otherwise, I just was not going to accept anything that like came my way from it. And so I just like stuck my hand up and everybody just shut up for a second. And I just remember saying, this has to be my decision and it can't be any of yours. And I was talking to everybody, and I just like took a couple deep breaths because I just fought. I mean, even though I like kind of punched the guy a couple extra times on the last one, like I was going full blast on that one. I didn't go 80%, so I was a bit out of breath. I was like, okay. And I was like, okay, I'll fight him. And so I fought him, and you know, I didn't do a horrible job, but about halfway through the fight, he just clocks me right in the nose, and I just felt my nose kind of crumble a bit. And then he just hit me on the side of the head at the same time, and I saw little stars. And then I just blood started coming down my face. And like from that point forward, my head was just like not in the fight. Like I was trying to be there, but I wasn't. But I just kept like feeling super embarrassed. I'm in front of 70 guys. I just made myself look like an ass. I broke commitments. I look like this guy who just like broke his commitments for everyone. I'm trying to look cool. Like all these things are just swirling in my head, and I can't even focus on the guy in front of me. And I really respect him a lot because I think he could tell after he got me and I started bleeding, I was like there, but I was like a ghost. Like I was a zombie just in the match. Like I was moving and I was doing that, but I was not like really throwing punches anymore. And I was just kind of like in my own head. And he punched me one more time right in the nose, and I wasn't really defending. And I think he could tell I just was out of it. And so the rest of the match, we just kind of like danced in front of each other for a second. And I remember when it was done, I was just so embarrassed because I'm bloodied up at this point. I felt like this guy just came into the match to teach me a lesson. I was super embarrassed. And like, I just keep saying the word, I was just embarrassed. This is literally the motion that was just, I was shameful, embarrassed. He puts the microphone up to the one guy. I don't even remember what he said because I was just so in my head. And then he comes up to me and I remember saying, I don't want to say a fucking thing. You're just going to cut me off again. And then I just like stormed off like a little kid in front of everybody. And at this point now, like tears are starting to come down my face. I'm super embarrassed. I just didn't know what to say. And I walk outside and basically one of my friends chases after me, and he could see I'm like, my head just started going like in this like downward spiral of like negative thoughts about myself. And like, we never really gotten into this part yet or talked about what my brain is. And like, because of the way that I was raised, where no matter what I did in my life, if I didn't get an A+ or was perfect, I was never good enough. So thus, in my mind, I was never good enough. No matter what I did, no matter what I said, no matter how I acted, no matter what I did in my life, I was never good enough. You guys heard how it affected me or like what the mental repercussions is, but you aren't hearing what's going on in my brain. In my brain, it's, oh, you're a loser. You're a piece of shit. Why the fuck did you fuck that up? Why aren't you good enough? Why aren't you strong enough? Why didn't you get that done? You could have done so much better. That's not good enough. Oh, you've done this. That's not good enough. Keep going. You got to keep doing that. This isn't good enough. Keep doing this. And he literally knocked a screw loose, and I couldn't stop the flood of emotional negative talk that literally was exploding like a dam that had exploded, and just I couldn't stop it. And like I was like a crazy person for a second, and like tears are like coming down my face, and I just couldn't think straight. And like I'm walking over to like go sit down, and my buddy came over to me, and he just starts asking me, he's like, dude, what's going on? Like what's going on in your head? And I just start like telling him like all the negative things. I'm like, dude, I'm just so ashamed. I'm so embarrassed. I'm such a bully. I'm an asshole. You know, like what the hell's wrong with me? Why am I such a bad person? Why did I do this in front of everyone? And he's like, what else is coming up for you? And like just trying to talk me through it. And I'm like, the fact that I've broken other commitments in my life, you know, I've cheated on relationships when I was younger, and through all that stuff, just like realizing all of the negative and bad things that I've done. And he's just like, and like I just was like, I was just swirling. Like I had like cracked an egg loose and like a screw loose. And I'm sitting there and I just like tell him, I'm like, I got to be alone. Like, you got to go. And just like, I went in my room and I'm sitting there, head spinning. And like, he's like, look, bro, just come watch my fight. I'm fighting a little bit. Try to pull it together. Just, I know you can, just to come out for a second. And I go out there. I take a minute to myself. All the thoughts are swirling. I can't stop them. I'm like, but I somehow get dressed, and I go back out there, and I go back out to his fight, and I watch it. I was too embarrassed to go inside. I watch it from a window outside the building, and then a couple of the guys saw me out there, and they came up to talk to me, and like one of the guys comes up to me, and he's like, Joe, like, I'm so proud of you. Good job. And I just like literally push him away. I'm like, good job. Are you freaking kidding me right now? And like literally did not want to hear what he had to say. Another guy like walked up to me and like tried to give me a hug. He's like, dude, we're like, oh my God, I've watched you, and like I know I couldn't have done that. And like same thing. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Dude, I don't agree with anything you're saying. And just like pushed him away and like didn't want to hear anything anybody had to say, especially if it was something good about me. I did not want to hear that. I like wanted to stay in my misery and wanted to be stuck in that in a very deep way. And then like I go to the back door. I'm watching the rest of the fights from the back door. John had a fight, and like I'm not going up, and like the whole time like tears are like coming down my face. Like I'm just like stuck in this negative thought loop. And then they ask us to like stand in front of everybody so they could cheer for us at the end like the champions, and I did not want to do that. I forget, somebody physically came and forced me to the center of the circle, and like as everyone's cheering, like I'm just like more embarrassed, and just like tears are coming down my face, and then like it's over, and I start walking away, and John grabbed me. I start having like an emotional breakdown for a second, and then I'm like, I gotta go, and I literally just like left. And when I left, I walked. It was night. It was getting to be nighttime at this point. I walked deep into the ravine. We were in the desert. I walked into a ravine where nobody would find me and nobody would see me. And I essentially just walk around. So I walk in this ravine, and I walk around for several hours talking to myself like a crazy person, out loud talking to myself. And during that time, I am just talking to myself, saying the most negative things that you'd ever say to like your worst enemy, saying that, you know, I don't actually care about other people, that I only care about myself, that really the only reason that I do what I do for a living is so that I can make money, and I don't actually care about anybody else, that I'm like the most selfish person I ever met. Just like basically a negative self-talk loop about everything, like attacking my personality traits, my physical traits, who I am as a person, the decisions I made in my life, everyone around me, why I've done the things I do, why I do anything that I do. And I am just yelling this at myself out loud for hours.
Jeez.
And I mean, it was just, I was past the point of being disheartened. I was just like, is this like who I am as a person? Like, is this who I am as a human being? And like, is this what I really think about myself? And it was all these things were like all conflicting with each other, trying to fight for who am I as a person? What exactly do I want? And I basically decided I hated Sacred Sons. I hated everything about men's work. I hated everything about the things I'd been doing the last couple of months. I did not want to know anything about fucking trauma. I fucking hated the word trauma. I was sick of processing all this stuff. I did not like who I was, what the hell was going on with my life. I had literally also, I didn't even mention this yet, but like a couple weeks before, I just decided to break up with Beth. So I, gave up the most stable thing in my life, which was a 6-year relationship. And through going through all of that, I'm sitting there like I'm at these men's groups, these woo-woo men's groups. I just embarrass myself in a bunch in front of them. I process all this shit. I don't know who I am anymore. I don't understand the reasons I've made the decisions I made in my life. And like I'm just like trying to like take it on all at once, and it's like information overload, and my brain is just like literally short-circuiting. And so I go back to my room. I'm like, I'm going to go back to my room. I'm going to get an Uber. I'm going to go home, and I'm never going to talk to any of these people ever again. I don't want to see them again. I don't want to hear another word about men's work ever again. I don't want to speak to another one of these guys. Even I was considering not speaking to John ever again. I was just like, I don't want anything to do with anybody. What the hell have I done to my life? Like, I just don't, like, I got to get out of here. I go back to my room. I order the Uber, and we were deep in the desert. So it was going to take like forever.
7 hours to get to you.
Long story short, I had ordered it, and I was sitting there, and I just remember like sitting under the blankets, crying, and I remembered listening to this Tony Robbins book, or reading this Tony Robbins book, not listening. Awaken the Giant Within, highly recommend. And in this book, he very much clearly helps you to understand that happiness is a choice. Misery is a choice. Anything you do in life, what you focus on and what you think about is what you become, and what will eventually result in your life. And I realized, like, after hearing myself out loud and hearing what my true thoughts were about myself my entire life, was that I had literally consciously been choosing to be miserable and depressed my entire life. This was a conscious decision. And it took having literally my screws getting knocked loose for me to see this. And I remember sitting there and waiting for the Uber, and I was like, all right, I have a choice. I can go home, continue with my life in bliss and misery, and be depressed forever and ever, or I can make a conscious decision right now to try to be happy and to make a change. And I sat there for a while. I journaled. I wrote everything down, that what had just experienced me. I go back and I read it sometimes when I'm feeling depressed. I wanted to hear the horrible things I said to myself. I'm not going to read it for you guys because I'm too embarrassed to read that. Because I wanted to go back and realize how dark of a place I was. Mm-hmm. And, you know, at that point I was like I was having some suicidal thoughts. Nothing, suicide is nothing to joke about in any way, shape, or form. I've never had like suicidal thoughts before, but I definitely was having them at this moment. And, I basically made a decision. I'm going to go back out and I'm going to try to receive some of the love from the guys that wanted to give me some love out there, or just go see what was going to happen. So I went out. One of my buddies, he led a cacao ceremony. We did a cacao ceremony, and then afterwards, every guy that I came in contact with just came up to me and just literally had nothing but kind things to say. They were like, Joe, we just saw you as being brave. We didn't see you really as breaking your boundaries that much. Like, we just saw you as, I could never do that I wouldn't do that on my own. And we're so proud of you that you didn't back down. And you gave me so much medicine and showing me how I break, commitments in my life. Like this was a moment of like when I was watching my best friend in the first event, I was providing, from my reflection, so much healing for so many of the men that were watching me.
Yeah.
And I couldn't see that. All I could see is my selfish, one perspective, subjective view. And not one person had anything negative to say to me. Even the guy that I broke my commitments to, he came up to me. He's like, I really appreciate you punching me in the face and going 100%. Mm-hmm. Like, thank you for blooding me up. I really appreciate you doing that because no one's ever done that for me before. And it's like, even though I broke my commitments to him, he appreciated that I stood up to him 100% as a man. And like, that's like a whole nother level of respect, right? But like, man, there was just so many realizations from that fight. And for me, it was like almost like mentally an all-time low, but getting punched in the face was the medicine that I needed. Could take that quote and wear a t-shirt about it.
Yeah. Joe, whenever you need to get punched in the face, just let me know.
I just know I'm going to punch back.
Yeah. So you didn't even know that you were helping others heal during this process?
No. Yeah. I had a lot of medicine for others because, I'm, like I said before, I have no problem stepping into my power. And, have such a big ego. I was never going to back down. Even if they had a 6'5" guy step in to like fight me, I was going to fucking fight him because I have that much of pride in myself where I didn't want to back down in front of everybody. So I was going to step up to no matter what happened. And some might call that bravery. Some might call that stupidity. All I know is it was exactly the right thing that needed to be done at the right moment for that event. And even the guy afterwards that did step in to fight me, God bless that man, because he gave me exactly what I needed. I had to go apologize to him because I hated him. I actually wanted to like hurt him like in a bad way after the fight, because I felt like he came in there to teach me a lesson. And his reflection was, dude, I just was so excited to jump in the fight and fight in front of everybody just because it was so cool. You know, he's like, I have nothing against you. He didn't even know who I was. And he just literally wanted to participate. And he's like, I'm sorry if he apologized. I'm like, dude, don't apologize. You gave me exactly what I needed. And it was exactly the punch in the face that I needed. And I appreciate you doing that, because I don't think I would have reached the point of what I needed to reach before he did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting punched in the nose will teach you a lot.
Teach you a lot. I think it's shedding blood. Just a tiny bit of blood will teach you a lot.
Yeah, Joe, just don't cheap shot people after the fight's over.
Dude, I totally was an ass. I'm well aware I was an ass. And that also, another reflection was to show that your trauma is your trauma. I was bullied a lot when I was a kid because I was this little tiny 5 foot, like I was very little.
You're still 5 foot.
I'm still 5 foot. But like, imagine shorter than this and tinier than this. I was bullied a lot, and I was being a bully. And I literally was bullying after I had been bullied for so long. And, you know, that's another reflection just to show, don't become what you've suffered, or, you know, and that was a lot, and that was very heavy for me. Yeah. So yeah, that was my last major process was that one at the leadership training.
So are you like a leader now, or you have to do more training?
There's 3 levels. I guess there's LT1, LT2, and then you become like one of the prime leaders and stuff like that. So I have not committed to doing anything else. I'm kind of burnt out on men's work right now, and we'll talk about that when I get to like the last convergence when we talk about it. But I do want to talk about Frank and his experience at his EMX. So I know like shortly after this, I think I convinced you to go to one of these. And yeah, what was your experience like?
I chose to go to it.
Yeah.
No convincing.
You didn't convince him, Joe.
I retract my statement. I'm much more proud about this moment.
Yeah, so once again, going into the embodied masculine experience is what I experienced down in Chula Vista, San Diego, which is beautiful, by the way. Yeah, walking in, same thing. Like, you just have no idea what you're going to expect. You watch the videos, you go through all this, and it was a 3-day experience. I was with a friend. We shared a tent that was way too small for us. We're both rather large, and this little 3-person tent was more like a half-person tent by the time we were in there, and it rained for a couple of days straight, so it was like 40 degrees at night. The tent was leaking on us. You get a little drip in your face all night long.
Oh, my gosh.
So it's like the full mental torture was there for this trip. But for me, I think I'm like a very like mental and physically strong person. So like I also knew that like I needed to fully commit to this, because without like getting broken down like physically for myself, it's hard to get into the mental aspect. So that's what's so unique about my experience as well, is just you wake up every day at sunrise. This is and you stop the healing, if you will, the medicine from 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. There's no phones. It's 100% present. You're going on strenuous hikes. You're doing all these physical activities, and like, there's nothing more draining from like your energy level than just being present and listening to someone for hours. And like, if you actually have that dedication, like, it breaks you down so much. So like, my experience was healing through others for the longest time, and every time I got to the moment where I thought I was going to have this big process, because, you know, you're in these circles, you see all these other people, and they have these, you know, can't share that's their own stories to tell, but they have these big processes, and you're like, you know, you go there for this reason. You want some type of healing or some type of deep knowledge like come through. But like, every time that I felt like I was getting to the cusp of it, it was very strange. Another person would step into the center circle, and he would actually say, oh, hey, I didn't get to say goodbye to a loved one. And then you watch this person process, and they reenact the situation and everything. And when you're in those moments and you're sitting there and like you can feel all of this, it's just like day after day of this. Like, it was 2 days straight of every time I thought I was about to have this great process and step into the circle, it wasn't my time. All of this stuff is just like spur of the moment. Like, you're not as more you think about it, like, oh, hey, maybe this height today when I do this, I really like the rocks. Maybe today is when I'm going to have my process, you know?
Yeah.
And you're hoping for this thing to try to come through, if you will. But it's just unique how it happens every time that I felt like I was about to step into the light. Someone else would step into the light almost for me, and like healing through others, because I've always been alone and like kind of like always fighting for myself. So to have someone else like step in and like go through that like damage part with them was probably like the most healing thing I've ever done. And the fact of healing through others and just being present and being seen for the first time in a long time, like that's something profound and everybody should experience, just being seen for once in their life. So yeah, we have.
Yeah, I want to comment real quick. It's so interesting that you say that, because I remembered the first event waiting to like step in to have my process. And what I'll say is that it just happens when it happens, and you'll know when's the right moment. And a lot of times it's not even you stepping in, it's being like called in, or like somebody else seeing that you're having a process, and then people come around you. And what I'll say too is, for anybody out there who's listening and is like, oh, you know what, I'm going to be able to do this for myself, or that it'll just should happen on my own. It's like, it's going to happen in the right set of circumstances when you have that emotional response, and just let it happen naturally. I don't think you can force these things to happen. And the Sacred Sons provide a very specific, safe space for it to happen more naturally. And I think that's why it happens more often than not, and pretty regularly at their events. Because in my opinion, I just don't remember feeling as safe as I do in a lot of the containers with these men in my normal everyday life, right? There's like certain things I want to talk about this, because I think it's important so you can understand. Like, one of the things I use is something called, it's a word called chaos, right? So the first thing is they talk about is like confidentiality, right? So anytime we're in a group, everybody agrees that everything that is said should be kept confidential. That's why I'm only sharing my story and the stories that I've been given permission to share. It's because when you're in those containers, it's supposed to be very private, so you can share whatever comes to. Honesty is what H is. So means being completely honest. This is not a place to lie. And for me, that resonated big time on the first event that I went to, because I was always speaking from a place that I felt was not very honest and forthcoming. The next one is acceptance and non-judgment. Don't judge other people. Know that every experience is subjective, right? If somebody went through a racist experience, you might have never experienced that. If somebody was molested, you might have never experienced that. If somebody's parents were violent, you might have experienced that. But accept everything that's being brought forward. O is own your own shit. So that goes with the I statements. Do not speak for others. Do not assume that you know what others are saying. And do not try and speak for other human beings. And then S for sacred. Keeping it sacred means basically when we're at these events, no sexuality, like no masturbation, no sex with other guys. Like, we're not there for that purpose. We're keeping it sacred, and you're keeping it sovereign, and really you should be focusing on yourself instead of thinking of sexuality or porn or whatever it may be. And so those are the ground rules that they say at every beginning of every Sacred Sons event. And with those ground rules, it provides a safe space for men to come and to be able to drop their stuff in an effective manner. And so I'll let you continue, but this is why, you know, a lot of guys keep waiting for their moment, because they're in a place where the moment could happen at any time, and when it happens, it happens.
Yep, 100% agree. The sacred thing's important too, I think, because it's like, also like your word is, you know, the sacred part. That's why they call it sacred combat. Like, you make this, whatever you enter with, you know, you walked into the arena, if you will, the combat arena, you say exactly what you're doing. You're supposed to keep your word and everything. So I think that's, you know, something very interesting as well.
Yeah. So let's talk about your process. What happened for you?
So, once again, kind of where I first got my voice when I was younger was in the football arena. I kind of that stage, that pedestal, and that's where I always felt the most comfortable. So going through all this kind of stuff, and it just happened to be like, I think it was the second or third days when we were doing, every day was different for which group you're in. There's like 100 people or something like that at this event. So everyone is a little different. So ours was day 3. We're all physically exhausted. Early morning is when we did like our small group sacred combat, and then like the championship fight, if you will, was later on in the night. So my process actually happened in what they called the Battle Dome. It's like this kind of jungle gym looking octagon thing. You're in the middle on this sacred combat ground. And going through all this kind of stuff, And you start on to, the sacred combat, and you're just warming up, if you will, and you're getting into some like the wrestling and the sparring, and then you pick out like one of your brothers that you're going to train with the entire day. So we're going through all this, and once again, like I always in the sports and stuff like that, I needed like the physical breakdown in order to like get to like that emotional vulnerability. So it just happened in the battle arena. After I got pushed by one of my brothers, his name was Amstia, was his name. Guy I never met before, but for whatever reason, the day that he didn't even know he needed either, that he's never been into the fighting situation and he's never really fought in his life, but larger, very masculine dude, muscular, very fast and athletic. So we get into the arena and whatnot, and I didn't know I still had like, because I used to enjoy, like the combat aspect or like even like getting into regular fights and stuff, but it's something I buried and kind of like shamed for a while, like after I got out of when I used to work security when I was younger. It was like a normal thing for me. Then after that, I was like, oh, this is kind of a shameful. So I used to bury that. But this was the first time where I felt like I was back in the arena and like felt like myself again. Because for a long time, I felt like I was like living in a shell of myself for a little bit.
Yeah.
And like this was the first time, once again, like you're surrounded by 30, 40 people and you're just being seen for who you truly are and whatnot. And it's just this 5 minutes of exhilarating sacred combat. We both 100% because that's where we felt we needed to on both ends. And then afterwards, I just remember like we continue on the sacred combat for another like 10, 20 minutes afterwards. And we're all like, you get into the circle right before you're about to leave the battle dome and you do what you call the check-in. And I just remember like feeling this emotion. We kind of talked about earlier, like this little boy crying inside, they call the inner boy, and just screaming and like just wanting to finally have a voice for the first time. So then, and the leader at the time, he kind of saw something in me. He said, "Hey, is anything present? Like what's going on? Or why are you tearing up a little bit?" I finally, for the first time in 29 years, realized like where all of like a lot of my trauma came from, and it was the abandonment by my mother when I was young. And it took 29 years getting into a 3-day wilderness trek, fighting all these guys, and getting into the sacred combat aspect in order to finally have this realization. But it's that same thing afterwards. You just have like this crazy rush of like realization and that, oh, wow, this is what has been the issue. It's just like this light shined upon it. It's like something truly like profound and like I can't even put in the words like when you actually feel something like that. So one of the leaders said, okay, we're going to do something. So it's like, what do you feel you need? And I was always kind of more of a quiet individual when I was younger, like same thing, like I didn't want to stand out in the crowd or whatnot. I didn't, especially like singing or yelling or just expressing like raw emotions and whatnot. It never was really a thing. And I was like, oh, I just feel like I need to stream. So everybody's around you and you're in the middle of this, battle dome, they called it. And I'm just sitting and like kind of like in a child's pose position, just grabbing this soil. And just out of nowhere, you just feel like this rush, and I just start screaming at the top of my lungs. It was like the first time I'd done it in probably like 10 years of just yelling for the first time. And shaking and just kind of yelling. And then the leader comes back up. He's like, all right, what's present? Like, what do you need, And I just told him, I was like, well, I finally realized, like, the abandonment when I was young is what's created a lot of these traumas. And in the moment, like I just told him, I was like, I was like always alone, and he was like, I always had this like felt like a presence of like this ancient warriors would always refer to, like someone was always watching me, but no one ever actually stepped up and like came out and got me. So I was like, I need like someone to like finally find the little boy that's hiding in the woods right now in the tree, and needs to be seen for the first time and like accepted and loved and like finally being good enough. So that's what they did. We took this little boxing glove and we embodied that as my younger 5-year-old self. We put it like high up in the battle dome, and I had to go there as my new version of myself, as the ancient warrior that's finally woken up, stepped into his like full primal self, stepped up, grabbed little Frankie, that was my nickname when I was young, grabbed little Frankie out of the tree, held his hand, and took him over to another leader that looked like an ancient Mayan warrior. He's all tatted up. Very intimidating looking dude, the nicest guy you'll ever meet, but he looks like he was like an ancient Mayan warrior is the best way to describe it. I was like, hey, this is who I need you to embody for me right now. So I took that person over there, and then they had this similar thing, the breakout experience, where they took these 3 large dudes. Actually, I think it was 5 because I was larger than all of them, but there's like 3 people in front and then 2 people behind them, and they lined me up like a half yard away from them, like, all right, you have to break through all these people in order to get it. And I remember sitting there thinking, like, oh, this is so stupid. Like, I got to break through these guys. Like, I did this my entire life, like, kind of thing. And it just seemed like a drill, or seemed like going back to the football background. But in the moment when they said, hey, this is your final breakthrough, and like you need to go save little Frankie and like go re-in-touch yourself with like this ancient warrior, like this, like I was explaining earlier, that life or death situation, you could just feel this rush of emotions come through. And when I actually, you line up, ran through the guys pretty easily, but just getting through there and like getting that, like, just you're in this pure rage, like, mode, if you will, and you just break through, because it's life or death at this moment. You break through, and I fell into this grown-ass man's hands as you come through, and I just remember we're sitting there like hugging and met in this present. I'm literally just crying on this dude's shoulder, like, not, you go from raging, trying to break through this line, and then out of nowhere, it's just this flood of like emotions come through, and I'm literally holding on to this dude, and you're just sitting there crying, and we both start breaking down crying, and like for once, and then like we formed a circle afterwards to process all that. But it's just these processes you go through, it's very hard to explain, but they're like something so powerful and profound. We get through there, and then all the guys are, standing around. They all put a hand on my shoulder, and they say, hey, we see you, we love you. And then like they also made me like repeat out loud, like, hey, you love I love myself, I am good enough, and I am worthy. So I had to keep repeating that, and for the first time, I just remember crying and like and looking around. There's 30 people touching you at this moment, very intense. You're just looking around this circle of all these massive dudes, and you're looking everybody into the eye, and you see all these dudes crying and stuff. I'm like, oh wow, like this actually triggered something in other people too, and like that was the first time I was like, wow, I actually feel at home, because I traveled a lot and like never had a place I felt like I fit in. 29 years later, I finally felt at home, since like I was back to like my grandma's couch watching the cooking show. Like this was the first time I felt at home. And later on, the interesting thing was the guy that I called out to embody he's a leader, that called out to be my ancient warrior. He's actually was going through one of the biggest struggles in his life with his identity. He has a couple kids and all that kind of stuff, and he's older and has a family and everything, but he's been feeling, he's been a leader for a while, but he had the same thing. He's been questioning himself. He's like, am I this warrior? He had this ancestral type dream where he was surrounded by his ancestors, and they were looking down on him, and he didn't feel he was worthy, and he didn't felt like he had that warrior trait that he always knew he had. And he's like, that day, because we both started crying. I didn't know why he was crying when I came out. I was like, oh, why is he crying with me? And he's like, hey, you finally gave me the validation that I needed in my entire life. And he's in his 40s. By this process, and like just that alone I was like, wow, this is real medicine, to watch another man cry over something you went through as well.
Do you think it just all sounds ridiculous, or does it all sound like good, or is it something
Mostly ridiculous, but no, I mean it sounds good. It sounds like therapy, right? But like a group span therapy that you're doing and going through together, and I feel like some of the things that you guys are describing, like breaking through, like lines of people to get to, whatever the end goal is like psychologically, like you breaking through in your mind as well, which I think obviously is having a huge impact. It's very interesting. It's a lot to take in, especially, we've recorded this like several weeks ago, and, it's hard because like the emotions that people are feeling, I guess for me, it's hard to connect because I wasn't there, but it's very intense that like, and I guess like lightly in real life, like here when you're, I don't mean like real life, but I mean like here, like I've felt like, you ever feel like you pull someone's energy, like, or like someone comes in and they change the energy of a room.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's what you guys are doing, but like on a level 10, on the next level, where it's like, hey, this energy that I don't know what trauma you've experienced being passed through you and going through someone else. And that's crazy. Yeah. So, but it doesn't sound crazy to me, like it doesn't sound like you guys are out of this world or you're like a cult or anything.
Yeah.
But it sounds like it's very helpful, and obviously it's working, because you're not talking about 20, 30 people, you're talking about hundreds of people go to this every single year.
Yeah.
And, yeah, sounds great.
Yeah.
Can I say one more thing too?
Yeah, go for it.
The other thing too that I've just been trying to wrap my head around, because it's not only like you're in these groups, but you're so vulnerable, and you're putting yourself out there in front of everyone. Like, I mean, people can't even talk to their friends, to their family, but you're like in front of a bunch of strangers you've never met before, probably.
Yeah.
And you're putting your feelings and your emotions and your personal life out there, which is like, I mean, that takes a lot of courage and bravery to do in the first place. And just, overall, just hearing these stories, like, I can't even imagine what it feels like to be in that situation,
Yeah. When you say that, it makes me sad. Because after going to like one of these events, I was like, why can't I talk to my friends about this? Right? Like, why can't I call James and Frank and just go into this like deep stuff? But you're right. I think a lot of it has to do with like what I described earlier. It's they're just providing the right space and the safe space. Because I think too, like if I talked to some of our friends about this, they'd make fun of me.
Yeah.
They would laugh at my traumas. And I think that's because, you remember like one of the podcasts we were recording, we were laughing about the Molotov cocktails?
Yeah.
It's fucking funny, but it's not funny, but like, I don't know if that's preconditioning from our society, which it probably is, right? As you look deeper into it, but
yeah.
we don't provide enough safe space for anyone to come and drop their traumas. And I think that we make fun of it. I think that we don't give it the credit it deserves. I think that we try to rank the traumas. So somebody maybe who was beat by their mom, if somebody else, has been molested, we'll say, oh, well, your beating by your mom doesn't matter. But from what I've like read, like studies show that like children going through trauma have the same emotional response as men who go home with PTSD from war. It's just, how did it affect you at that moment, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, it is brave to share those things with complete strangers, because most of those events, I was talking to complete strangers about things I've never told any of you about, and you've been my best friend for 15 years now.
Yeah.
And that's scary. That it's not scary, it's beautiful that they've provided a space where you can do that with complete strangers. Yeah. Did you guys do Sweat Lodge at your event?
One of the more intense things I've ever done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kale was the leader for that one as well.
Yeah. So let's talk about Sweat Lodge. Sweat Lodge is a very ancestral, let me use that word, indigenous thing where essentially you go into a sweat lodge. It's a structure made out of wood branches with cloth, and typically they'd use branches, I believe, in the past, but they create a closed space where air cannot escape, and then they cut a hole in the ground, and they bring in large stones that have been literally burning for hours, like lava hot, and they put them in the center, and then one person who is leading the sweat lodge will then pour water over the stones, and as he does so, it creates steam, which causes you to sweat in this very close space, where I'm talking like close as in you're almost sitting on top of the other men in there, like 30 men in this very tiny space. And it gets hotter. I don't have a good analogy. What is a funny analogy about hot?
It's hotter than the devil's anus.
That's probably on point. Hotter than the devil's anus. And it gets really, really hot in there, and you sweat. And this is like similar to like the boxing and the fighting, like as you get rid of the physical aspect of what you're thinking, your emotions start flooding through. And from what I understand of these these pores is like each one is for a different level of like you and your generations. The first pore is for I think the children, right? It's for like the babies and the children and the next generation. The next pore is for is for you, right? It's for you, and then it's for your parents, and then it's for your ancestors. And I apologize if I mess that up. I just know it's like 4 levels of generations. And each time that there's a pour, it gets hotter and hotter. And during these pours, one of the leaders will be singing. And a lot of people, when they go into these, it's almost like you're entering the mother's womb. And I think that's what it's supposed to signify, is you're entering essentially the mother's womb. And as you exit it, you're reborn out of the mother's womb. And I know for me, I've done now several sweat lodges with Kale. And for me, in Maui, when I went into my sweat lodge, what happened in there was that I had to let go of teenage Joe. What I essentially learned by like going through my processes in Maui was that I had basically been stuck in this phase of rebelling teenager for like 19 years. And that I was just this still angry little kid. I was mad. I was partying every weekend because I was never allowed to party. I was just trying to be friends with everybody because I was just literally stuck in this phase of my life. And so when we got to the pour for ourselves, it was very heavy for me because I had to essentially let that kid die. And for me, it was very heavy because that kid carried me through 19 years of my life. That rebelling, pain in the ass teenager that was pissed off at everybody, was angry, was not expressing himself, was not listening to his intuition, that was always talking negatively about himself. I had to let that kid die. And I just remember crying and like weeping in there, letting him go. And it was literally like feeling a part of my body as the sweat and everything just dripped off. Like it was like almost like, you know, when you decay and you're just like then giving nutrients to the earth. And I was just letting all that go. And I can say at 34 years old is the first time in my life I've ever felt like an adult. I never felt like an adult before then. And I remember just always, I was like, oh, you're an adult. And I'm like, I don't really feel like an adult. I feel like I'm still a kid. And that was a very powerful experience for me. And yeah, man, Sweat Lodge is very powerful. If you have the opportunity to go, I recommend to you to be brave and to stay inside the whole time.
How many rounds did you guys go through?
We did 4.
4 rounds?
Yeah, 4 rounds. And the reason I say this is I realized on my last Sweat Lodge that I did at the last convergence I went to, which was a year later, I was very judgy. I personally feel that Sweat Lodge is a very sacred experience and that you should stay through the whole thing, especially if you decide to go in, no matter how hot it gets. It's out of respect to the other men, out of respect to the energy that's being held in there. It's hot. Obviously, it's hot, but it's a sacred thing, and you should treat it sacredly, and you should stick through it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's a sacred, like, ancestral thing, like, you know, when, like, Kale, he describes it and whatnot. Like, it's, you know, you're almost distressing. Like, you're coming there and you're putting your energy and effort. And just to describe the room a little bit, it's like 12 feet by 12 feet, and there's 30 people in there touching elbow to elbow, and it is pitch black. Every time a stoop goes on there, it's like 3 or 4 stoops per round.
Yeah.
And then they bring in a new stone every round to intensify the heat.
Yeah.
After every time. And if you're making the commitment to be there, if you don't see it through, they offer after round 2, I think, hey, does anybody want to exit?
Yeah.
And if you make the commitment, it's also like one of these like huge like mental boosts for you as well. If you can make it all 4 rounds without leaving, getting water or doing anything, it's like you way of like thanking the ancestors for all the sacrifice that they've also went through.
Yeah, 100%. Dude, I remember my last Sweat Lodge. It made me realize I still have a lot of work to do. I am extremely fucking judgmental. I kept judging every dude that got out. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Why can't you just sit still, sit through the whole entire thing? And then I kept judging our leader because I'm like, who is this guy allowing people to leave? And then I got super pissed off at him. I'm like, what the fuck? Like this guy. And I was super mad actually because our leader was not Kale, it was somebody else. And I just remember judging him because I'm like, I had all these expectations, and I realized, like, I'm a year after all this stuff, and I feel like I've come a long way, but I realize I'm extremely judgy. When my expectations are not met, I'm a brat. And what I also realized too is the way I judge him is the way I judge myself. Right? A lot of times the way that you're acting negative towards someone is a reflection of you. And so I told somebody afterwards how I felt and how I was judging people, and he just looks at me, he's like, bro, this is just you judging yourself. This is why you act like this. This is probably how you treat yourself, and he wasn't wrong. And so the sweat lodge will teach you something every time you go in there, and the heat always has something to teach you, but very powerful experience.
Yeah. And when you finally come out of, like, you know, like, if you want to use the mother's womb terminology, that first cold breeze that comes through there, it literally feels like life again. Because there's some moments when the steam gets so intense, like when you can't take deep breaths. If you take too deep a breath, it's like fire going down your lungs. Yeah. You want to talk about a real man. Kale, you know, this is a 3-day event. Every day he's doing 1 to 2 of those. Like, I got out of there, I'm dehydrated, I'm tired, and like I'm full on, like, all right, I need a cold shower. Like, this is like, you feel amazing afterwards, but it's one of those like very mentally tough things. I'm like, I looked at there, I'm like, man, he's done 2 of these a day for 3 days in a row. I was like, you want to talk about mental toughness? I was like, go look at that guy.
Dude, God bless that man. And what I will say too is, like, for those of you that don't pray or think about your ancestors, I know when I've been in these sweat lodges, I just feel like the presence of them, and they are there, they are watching over, and it's just important to realize that you came from a generation of people that loved and supported you, and even in the afterlife, they love and they support you. And I would say try to connect with your ancestors because you have a heritage. We live in a cultureless culture, but you came from somewhere. Your family was somewhere. Even if you had parents that didn't teach you your culture, or you didn't have parents that teach you your history, you can take it upon yourself to go learn those things. And it is our job to teach our generations and to lead them and to create a culture. And as a term that they use in Sacred Sons, it's like we are creating our ancient future, right? It's like if we don't teach those things and we don't bring those things to our children, no one will, because we do live in a culture where almost our heritage is pushed away. It's not cool to do cultural things. It's not cool to learn your history. It's not cool to stick with the things your grandparents taught you. But the truth is, those are the things that got you to where you are today, and it's important for us to remember them, or else they'll be forgotten.
100%.
Yeah. The other things I guess I want to share is, you know, I was part of the 33 group. It was very special to me. And what I will say is, after doing all this men's work and going to all these events, every time I go to one of these events, I get called out by other things. And what I'll say is, if you're a man and you see another man doing something wrong, you call that man out. And you tell that man, hey, you should not be doing this, because it is our responsibility to call each other out and to hold each other responsible for the things we do in life. And I know for me, every time I go to these events, I keep getting called out on something that I thought I had healed from, something that I had fixed. And I've learned that processing trauma and growing as a man is a lifelong journey. It is not something that will ever be finished. And it is something that I would always like to be called out by other men so that I can continue to grow and learn. And as for cold plunging, I guess I could just show a video. I just want to show one, and we talked about it on the last one, and I just kind of want to be done with this. But we went to Utah for one of the events, which was super cool. Utah, it was. Oh man, yeah. So
by Joe.
yeah. But it was just beautiful, just complete snow where we went. It was freezing, and we decided to do some cold plunges in the morning. And this is me doing a cold plunge. And I remember now what the breathing was when we were listening to the recording. That was me breathing. But as you can see on the top here, the top of the tub literally froze over. Ricky had just done a cold plunge, but you see it was frozen. So talk about like absolute, the coldest that you can do. So I get in this thing, and man, talk about something that will make you instantly present in a moment. There's nothing like a cold plunge. Also, you'll feel more awake than you've ever felt in your entire life before. And I know that there's so many health benefits to doing cold plunges. And I know now I take cold showers usually when I get in, just for like the first like minute, and then I'll turn it warm. But it's also something I paid attention to, is like you can almost like feel when you shower in warm water, you feel your energy seeping out, and the moment you put it to cold, your body like closes up like the pores and like holds the energy in. For any of you interested in cold plunges, do some research on it. Wim Hof is obviously the master. I'm still getting into it more and more. I'm actually looking to maybe get a cold plunge at my place, but I've done several of them. Every single Sacred Sons event I've been to, there's always been a cold plunge opportunity, and I highly recommend that if this is something that interests you, take a look into it. It has so many benefits.
Yep, they're amazing. Was this your first one?
This was not my first time I ever done it, but this is the coldest cold plunge I've ever done by far. Yeah, it was nice out in the cold, out in the snow. The water had been freezing overnight, so nice and chilly. But yeah, it was great. And yeah, on that note, I do want to just give one shout out to my ex. I want to thank her for carrying me through a lot of this depression and a lot of my problems. And to all the women out there that hold space and support men out there. And the thing about women is, like, in my experience, like, just remember your relationship should stay sacred. It should stay sexy. It should stay romantic. And if your man is dumping on you and changing the dynamics of your relationship from being, you know, your wife or girlfriend to being a best friend or being another, like, I would say, for lack of a better word, man in his life, that you should talk to him and maybe give him a suggestion that he should find some men in his life to hold support, because men are the ones that should be holding each other up. We are the ones that are strong. We're the ones that should be supporting each other through everything. And it's up to us to go back to our heritage, go back to, for lack of a better term, re-indigenization, and help each other get back to the core of what it is to be a man. And we thank all the women out there. We appreciate you. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, literally, figuratively, metaphorically. And yeah, we appreciate you listening in. And I hope that the messages we've shared over the last couple of podcasts resonate with anyone. And like I said at the first podcast we recorded earlier today, you know, I did have a friend who killed himself yesterday. And if you're in a position like that, reach out for help. Call me. I'll talk to you. Obviously, seek professional help, but there is love and there is support out there if you look for it. Sacred Sons could be it. There could be other groups out there, but taking your life should never be the answer. There's always another option. There's always support that you can find, even when it seems like it's darkest and there's no hope and there's no light in your life. Take a moment to realize that there is, and you just need to look for it.